go there to protest there. You weren't allowed to bring children there. You weren't allowed to cross the border if your objective was to join a group. And there were measures that the banks could take, that they would be able to freeze the assets of the protesters.
Sorry, guys.
My
my software just disappeared on me. I lost it.
on the sites while they
That
were
was my fault.
barricading and
My
to
bad,
sort
but
of
we're back.
persuade them to go home. So we talked about all these measures.
Angry.
We wanted to see what are options to turn those options into reality. Can we pass legislation in the House of Commons? Can we speed things up to have a unanimous consensus, or can we do it quickly? Can we encourage the provinces to use more of their tools? And at that moment, it was becoming pretty clear that the situation was so urgent, and a fear that it could get worse and go into a free fall, and that it was urgent to act. And the tool that we had to quickly bring in those specific tools
I hate the French.
was
Why?
the Emergency
Why?
Measures
Why with the
Act.
French?
The other part of the discussion-
Like an hour and a half in English, and I'm random.
Can't just invoke the Emergencies Act. You have to meet a threshold in order to invoke the Emergencies
Ask
Act.
them
And that brings
French.
us to one of the key questions, and I'll ask you about this several times. But what I'm asking you right now is essentially what you can tell us about how that discussion played out in the IRG and the cabinet meeting. And I'll give you a little framing of it, which is, of course, we know that that the declaration of a public order emergency is premised on the existence of a threat to the security of Canada, as defined in the CSIS Act. And we know that CSIS, in the process of assessing the protests, assessed that the protests did not meet that threshold. They did not constitute a threat to the security of Canada as defined in the CSIS Act. So this is one of...
As defined for the CSIS Act.
Okay, please.
What difference does that make? So CSIS found it not necessary. And he
The
did it
legislation in the 80s that was built brought in a definition of a national, a threat to national security, imported the words of the CSIS definition. That was a handy definition that was already existing, and that's how we can define what a national threats to the security of Canadians would be. Those words in the CSIS Act are used for the purpose of CSIS determining that they have authority to act against an individual, a group, or a specific plot with, for example, a wiretap. That in order for them to take action in a particular situation, that threshold needs to be met of threats to national security. And actually, it'd be useful if we could pull up Part C of...
Now he's pulling things
Sure.
up.
You know what? We have that in 1 second.
Now
I will
we're gonna
get
pull
you
stuff up.
the document number.
But
Okay.
sure.
What was that? Do you want it or do you not?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
Okay. Com dot 50954, please.
Ooh, what a
Who's
douche.
running the show?
Douche chills. Douche chills.
So here, I think this pastes together the three things. So national emergency, public order emergency, scrolling down, you'll see the reference to the CSIS Act, and there, keep scrolling, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, just, sorry, keep it going.
Nope, keep going.
Yep.
Scrolling. Get those
we
lines
go.
going.
Good.
Flying to the board.
So in order for CSIS to be able to do a particular operation,
Okay.
it has to meet this matter of threats to the security of Canada. And then they can go and do that wiretap. This definition within a declaration of public order emergency under the Emergencies Act is about the governor and council finding reasonable grounds that there are threats to the security of Canada sufficient to invoke the Emergency Measures Act. So both the context and the purpose is very different. The people doing the deciding, in the case of the CSIS Act, if this is met as a definition, it's CSIS itself that decides that this is met. There's checks and balances afterwards. But for the purpose of declaration of a public order emergency, it's the Governor and Council, Cabinet and the Prime Minister making that determination. So the context within which we look at this definition is very different from the deliberately narrow frame that CSIS is allowed to look at. What inputs it can take in, what proofs it needs to establish this are very well prescribed so that CSIS can be, so that CSIS is responsible in what it does.
So CSIS didn't know enough. This big brain Trudeau over here knew more than CSIS.
Open to inputs, sure, from CSIS, but also from the RCMP, also some from transport, from immigration, from the whole of government, from the clerk, from the National Security Intelligence Advisor. So within threats to the security of Canada, what we had to determine was, does the situation going on across the country constitute a threat to the security of Canada? Yes or no? And then we looked at particularly C. Are there activities within Canada directed towards or in support of the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving a political or ideological objective?
Yeah.
The
same weekend this thing started, they blew up a pipeline out west, I believe.
Are there
anything about that? They weren't deemed terrorists.
Supporting the threats or acts of serious violence, a threat of serious violence for political or ideological goals? If that threshold was met in our reasoned opinion, then that part of invoking a public order emergency was met. The other part of it is, does it constitute a national emergency? And there's elements on that I won't get into unless you ask me about. But
until other people do, don't worry. Other people ask
I was very much focused on, was this bar hit? Yes or no, for the purposes of invoking the Emergencies Act. There has been a bit of back and forth at this commission on whether these words are different or can be read differently or are broader when they're used in a public order emergency than they're used for the CSIS. It's not the words that are different. The words are exactly the same in both cases. The question is, who's doing the interpretation?
That's it.
What inputs come in, and what is the purpose?
He's a drama teacher. They taught him to use his hands as he speaks because people can't listen.
To be able to give us in.
No, but he's special. You see now, these people in the chat, they don't understand what I'm saying unless I do the hand thing, right? They don't know that I'm speaking unless my hand is moving.
Okay.
Right.
So essentially you're saying that around the table that day,
Yes.
you were looking at the
lawyer school.
inputs that were given to you by
They teach it in
officials
lawyer
and by
school, too.
ministers and concluded that there was activities within Canada.
Threats of serious
Serious
violence
Okay.
was the key ones.
And can you elaborate on what those threats were?
And
What
if you
led
want
that
to
conclusion?
occupy, get the hell out
And
there.
again, we went around the table with officials from all different agencies and heads of departments to talk about this. There was the militarization of vehicles, for example. We'd seen, weaponization of vehicles. We'd seen, cars ramming into police officers or other cars at Coots. We saw an incident like that in Surrey, I believe. We saw trucks used as potential weapons, certainly in Ottawa with their presence and unknown interiors. There was the use of children as human shields deliberately. Which was a real concern both at the Ambassador Bridge and the fact that there were kids on Wellington Street, that people didn't know what was in the trucks, whether it was kids, whether it was weapons, whether it was both. Police had no way of knowing those. There was presence of weapons at Coutts, as we saw. There was a concern around weapons being stolen in Peterborough that we didn't know, about 2,000 guns that we didn't know where they had gone at that point. We later found out that they didn't go there, but that was a real concern that we had about what was happening to them. There were a number of others as well. There was the fact that police trying to enforce laws were met with active resistance, and a group of 30 police officers trying to interdict someone or arrest someone who was carrying a jerry can into the site in Ottawa got swarmed by 100 people, and they had to leave because there were threats to their safety, and they weren't able to arrest that individual.
Yeah, but that was unlawful. Hey, K-Rads, what's up?
That CSIS kept
you have a good little nap there, bedtime.
But
yes,
the presence of people promoting ideologically motivated violent extremism in the convoys had a danger of triggering not necessarily them to act, but lone wolf actors or people who could be radicalized to take actions that were violent. We saw increasingly counter-protests of people who were trying to take back their city, who were, for example, we all saw images of grandmothers standing in residential streets against massive trucks heading.
No, I don't remember that. I remember the grandmother that got trampled by the horse.
Coming to join the convoy.
But the counter-protests were tiny and nothing.
Positioned or presented real threats of serious violence. And
what's up, Randy? How's it going? And Dr. Cringe.
On that weekend at the IRG was that things were not getting better, things were getting worse. Even as it looked like there was a plan for the Ambassador Bridge to move forward, it looked like there was going to be a plan for Coutts moving forward. There wasn't a sense that things were dissipating. On the contrary, we were hearing about Fort Erie, we were hearing about the Blue Water Bridge in Sarnia, we were hearing about potential blockades in New Brunswick, we were hearing about potentials at La Colle, we were hearing more convoys and more supporters heading to different places to take action. There were things going on in BC and Surrey. Like, there was a sense that this was a broadly spread thing, and the fact that there was not yet any serious violence that had been noted was obviously a good thing, but we could not say that there was no potential for threats of serious violence, for serious violence to happen over the coming days. We were seeing things escalate, not things get under control.
Okay. You mentioned there that the Ambassador Bridge was on its way to resolution, in a sense, and Coutts was on its way to resolution. One of the things that's come up in the evidence is that at this juncture, Ottawa could also perhaps have been said to be on its way, perhaps at an earlier stage, to resolution, in the sense that a plan, an integrated plan for policing and was coming together at that point. And that may not have been something that was clearly expressed on the 13th to the IRG and or cabinet. So first I wanted to ask you what your understanding of that situation was at the time.
First of all, from the beginning, from the approach of the very first weekend, we heard from various authorities and police of jurisdiction, don't worry, we got this. There's a plan. There's a plan, and for the second weekend, there was a plan. And we have a plan for this, and it's not going to happen, and we've got this, we're getting more resources. No, there's a plan. We kept hearing there was a plan. And even, we heard in testimony here that there was a plan on the 13th that the Ottawa Police Services pulled together. I would recommend people take a look at that actual plan, which wasn't a plan at all. It was a talk about using liaison officers to try and shrink the perimeter a little bit. But as you look at the annex for how the troops are deployed, how the police officers are deployed, what resources are going to need, every annex is to be determined later, to be determined later. It was not, even in the most generous of characterizations, a plan for how they were going to end the occupation in Ottawa. When the plan did come together, and if someone wants to compare the supposed plan on the 13th with the actual plan on the 17th that Ottawa Police Services pulled together, you see the crisp difference between these are the types of units we need, these are the resources we need, this is how we're going to do it, this is all the stagings of it on the 17th. It was not there on the 13th. But even beyond that, because I'm not fully aware how much of this is hindsight and how much of this was that general sense we got, that people continued to say, oh no, we're going to be able to get this under control. I think, and we're jumping ahead, but Jason Kenney was saying on the Monday morning in our First Minister's meeting, yeah, Coots is well on its way to being under control. We had heard that before, and there were fluctuations going on in the various sites across the country. It was not enough just to have a plan to clear a couple of lanes. It was getting the situation under control so as to prevent a recurrence or a restaging of a protest elsewhere. And that was what was very clear from all the perspectives around the table, that there was not confidence that we were on a track to getting the national emergency under control in the coming days, that it was continuing to be a situation that was not being controlled by police, by officials.
Okay, so we will get to the First Minister's meeting, but let's just finish off on this point with the 13th.
We're almost done with this one.
In a lot of the evidence that has come out before the Commission, we see hesitancy and reluctance to invoke the Emergencies Act. So officials advising that this may make things worse, this may inflame tension, this may embolden protesters, et cetera. And we also obviously heard from Mr. Vigneault saying, and the CSIS assessment, that there was no threat to the security of Canada under the CSIS Act. And then we heard Mr. Vigneault say, but I still thought that the act was necessary, and I conveyed that to the Prime Minister. So can you tell us...
What kind of bullshit is that? Can you imagine? The guy from CSIS says, no, it's not that much of a threat. But then he's like, oh, you called the Emergency Measures Act. Oh, no, it was the right thing to do.
With this interpretation, whether you should invoke the act.
Yes, there was consensus around the IRG table on Sunday the 13th. There is no question about it. And Director Vigneault's answer on that is absolutely consistent. CSIS, for example, wouldn't feel that they had the capacity to bring in a wiretap against one of the convoy organizers under the CSIS Act, because the tools that they have and the threshold they have to meet for what is a threat to the security of Canada, according to CSIS's evaluation, was not met. And that was something we heard from the very beginning. CSIS continued to say from the beginning of the protest, we haven't yet, under the CSIS Act, reached a level of threats to Canada. But the director of CSIS is also one of the national security advisors to me, and in looking at the frame and scope of the situation we were in, was very comfortable in saying, yeah, for the purposes of the CSIS Act, this is not met. But for the purposes of the Public Order Emergencies Act that the Governor and Council has to make a reasonable decision about, we feel that it is met. And that was the consensus from officials around the table. And again, it was about not even just sort of that binary, okay, do we declare the emergency or not? It's, do we declare a public order emergency so that we can bring in these specific measures? And as we went around the table on that, and my expectation is, and that was a virtual table, I believe, but my expectation is always, if you have significant disagreements, this is the time to speak up. There was no voice saying, hold it, we don't think you should do this, or I don't think you should do this.
Yeah, Candyman Dan. Freeland yesterday looked like she was going to cry a couple times. It was amazing.
And if someone had come up and said, okay, we don't think, us at Transport Canada, we don't think that we should invoke a public order emergency, I would have said, thank you. I would have taken that into account. But I didn't need unanimity or full consensus.
But I know more than all of you guys. That's what he's saying. Is like CSIS couldn't do it. Well, like Randy points out, without abusing power, they couldn't abuse power. Is what he's saying. But
and in this case, there was consensus around that table that invoking the Emergencies Act was what we needed to do.
And
doesn't sound like there was, though.
Speaking of the IRG in the afternoon or the eventual cabinet meeting in the evening?
I'm speaking of the IRG right now with where we went around the table with officials, but we did a similar thing that afternoon, that evening with the cabinet meeting. But I can talk about that if you.
Yeah, that's the segue.
She did cry,
please do.
I kind of missed it, I think. Well, it was a few times where it looked like she was going to, so I don't doubt it. I'll have to check that out.
Evening, the cabinet met, and we submitted the conditions that needed to be met to invoke the act. And we discussed at length of the tools that were needed and of the, I believe, 6 provisions that could bring to an end to this situation.
Why?
6 elements that could not be invoked by other means, but calling this law on emergency measures, this act. So there was a healthy discussion around the table.
So they weren't doing anything wrong, so we couldn't
Every minister who wanted to express themselves did so.
So we had to abuse our power.
And I won't go into that detail, but I can say that there was consensus, clearly. Consensus that I had to move on and consult the...
It's a good point, Randy. He said, don't worry, guys. He's saying he wasn't the only criminal.
...to invoking the act. We did not decide on invoking the act then, but I could hear the reactions, just as I did before on the same day with the IRG meeting, that people felt comfortable enough and together enough on this issue. Yes, we could move on towards the possibility of invoking the act the next day.
Hey, Kyle, how's it going, man? We're just here watching
Part of the
Trudeau.
discussion at the cabinet table as well.
Oui.
OK. Et après, et enfin,
You're getting whited out by the sun right now. The sun will pass in a second, though.
Yes.
What we can loosely call Decision Day, February 14th. And
Decision Day.
I'm just going to try and lay out the chronology of that day and then ask you, first of all, whether that is the correct chronology of the day, and then ask...
Well, I might as well. It's a good time as any to update and kind of give like the play-by-play here, just to the big picture. This is the Emergency Measures Act. They're investigating, inquiring to see if Trudeau, Castro should have called and invoked the measures. And this is the last day, and he's finally, after a month, he's finally on the stand after hearing from everybody and their dog.
Right.
So now this is the day. We're streaming it. We're here. We're keeping an eye out.
And do it in French.
No, do it in French.
why.
And this is the lawyers on his side. So we're getting down to the end, and then we're going to hear other lawyers that aren't so proud of him, that aren't so happy with him.
Right. That's what
Following that meeting, you had a call with opposition leaders, I believe, and a call with your own caucus.
No.
No.
The caucus call was before the First Minister's meeting.
Thank you. Okay.
I wanted to make sure that we shared with our members of caucus who were going to be
Oh, he said it again. Caucus. Drink every time he says caucus.
involved in, well, very much a part of a government that has or would invoke the Emergency Measures Act. I wanted to let them know before premiers were consulted. I wanted to let them know that I was about to consult the premiers, but the sense was that
Yeah, Canada and
caucus,
Mandan, but
would,
they didn't want that
should
coming
hear it
out.
before the
They don't want that
premiers,
coming out. They're trying to suppress that.
That makes sense. Okay, so caucus call first, then
She
first
said
ministers
caucus.
meeting, then I think you spoke to opposition leaders.
Everybody
Then
do
around
the caucus.
3:41 p.m., I said around, but we actually know the minute, 3:41 p.m., you receive advice from the clerk. And that advice, as we know, is that the clerk recommends that you invoke the Emergencies Act, and shortly thereafter, there's a public announcement of it. So just unpacking that, starting with the caucus call briefly, but the focus of this will obviously be the First Minister's meeting. Take us through that day.
The caucus call was informing them that I was about to go into a First Minister's meeting in which I was going to present them with the fact that we were thinking about invoking the Emergencies Act. And I shared with them that these were the kinds of things that we would be giving police and various various officials and authorities which tools would be able to move forward with that. So I presented it. It wasn't a big discussion. I wasn't looking for consensus. There wasn't a lot of feedback.
hands. I can't stop
It was just informing them that we were taking this seriously and moving forward. And I dare say the response was very positive from our caucus. Then the First Minister's meeting. As I'd mentioned earlier, this was not the first time I talked about the Emergencies Act with the premiers. I think as Ms. Telford had talked about yesterday, I have had many First Ministers meetings over the course of the past 2 years to deal with the pandemic emergency. And we have always worked very constructively together. And for me, being able to sit down with them and highlight that we were seriously considering invoking the Emergencies Act in order to do the following things. And I wanted to hear from them. And then I went around the table across the country to hear from each of them on their reflections, their inputs, their concerns, their support, their disagreements in some cases. But really wanted to hear what it was that they were going to be, what their thinking was on this situation that would, by definition, affect all of them, on a situation that was, to a certain extent, affecting all of them. At the end of that meeting, I reached out to the opposition leaders, had conversations with them about what I was reflecting on doing, and asked for their
The
support.
Oh God, don't notice.
And then
you can't
started
stop. Just don't notice the
preparing for
You just can't
potential
stop.
announcements that
Painful
afternoon. As the note from the clerk came in, making the official recommendation to the government that we invoke the Emergencies Act.
Okay, so let me start with
Every
the
time he
initial
says,
question,
everyone
taking
do
you back to
heroin.
First thing in the morning. Had you made up your mind already?
No. I certainly, I was a long way down the road of realizing that it was probably the path we needed to take. But I did not make up my mind until the note from the clerk was in front of me, and it was in black and white that the public service made a formal recommendation that I invoke the Emergencies Act. If I'd gotten to that point and they had said, no, we still don't think the threshold is met, it is
Better do the other arm.
possible that we wouldn't be here today, and I would not have invoked it. But I don't know. But the fact that when that note came in, I made that final decision with all the conversations, all the inputs, and all the feedback that I'd gotten from caucus, from cabinet, and from first ministers and opposition leaders, and all the officials I'd talked to. That was when I made the decision.
So going back to the first minister's meeting, then we understand it lasted about an hour, and all of the premiers had a chance to voice their opinions and their concerns. But is there anything they could have said or done at that point to change your mind?
Absolutely. If someone had said, listen, I hear those 6 things you're planning on doing, you don't need them, because these are the tools we're going to use instead. We have the power. We're going to be able to, in Ontario, do this, and we're confident that that will end the situation in Ottawa and end the situation.
So as
at
long as
potential
someone had a
blockades
plan
for
to
Ottawa
end
keep
it,
us safe.
end
These, you don't
the
need
protest.
to bring in compelling of tow truck
He
drivers.
didn't want anyone to
we've
just say, no,
figured
no,
out how
this
to
is,
do it
you're
for
wrong.
good.
There's no
we
threat.
have
like,
a plan
you know,
to
there's-
put an end to this in a concrete and compelling way, because I'd heard a lot of plans up until that point. But if I had been convinced that other orders of government or any other law in Canada was sufficient to deal with this emergency,
to deal with this traffic
then
problem.
we wouldn't have met the threshold.
Illegal parking.
Because part of the threshold for the Emergencies Act is and is unable to be dealt with under any other measures or laws in Canada. And if they had said convincingly, or enough of them had said, no, no, you don't need it because we have it under control, which is to a certain extent what they all said to me when I had this conversation with them around the pandemic. I said, listen, there's a lot of pressure for us to look at the Emergencies Act. Do we need to bring in the Emergencies Act? And they all said, no, don't bring in the Emergencies Act. We've got it under control. We're able to do this in our own jurisdictions, in our healthcare systems. We don't need to do it. Public order emergency is different than public welfare emergency, but that principle was there, and we didn't invoke the act back in the spring of
Even
2020.
when there was a global
So
pandemic,
yes,
supposedly.
they could have said things that prevented me, that would have said, okay, let's give it a few more days, or let's not do this at all. They said lots of things, but that threshold that I had personally wasn't met.
And you mentioned, I mean, some of them did express opinions around the lines of, well, we got it under control here. This problem isn't really cropping up here, or it's cropping up here in a way that our law enforcement can deal with. So are you drawing a distinction there between, okay, the premiers may say it's under control here, but that doesn't mean it's under control everywhere. So they would have had to come to you with something that would have solved the big problem as you saw it? Is that?
I think there just would have been a sense that the measures I was proposing weren't going to be useful or effective. And what I heard on the contrary was concerns that we'd shared that this might inflame the protesters to declare a public order emergency and bring in martial law, which was one of the concerns, or that they would interpret it as that. Of course, it wasn't martial law, and it did not suspend people's fundamental rights and freedoms.
Really?
But it at the same time,
That's not what it looked like.
they expressed these concerns, which we had shared, but I was balancing off against, okay, there is a danger of further inflaming the situation, but the situation was already pretty inflamed, and my concern was if we continue to not do anything, are enough citizens going to start counter-protesting and taking things into their own hands?
Why were they
at various
inflamed,
places
though? This
across
is the
the
problem.
country
Why?
that we do get into
Who started the fire?
dangerous, violent situations. Even Premier Mo, I believe.
Trudeau is fire
pull
guy.
it up, but I think
Talk with the
people
office.
have seen it a few
I
times.
hope he's fired, guy.
Highlighted that he didn't have any real, that the 6 elements we had seemed reasonable enough, but he was in disagreement with the invocation of the Emergencies Act. That those 6 elements we should maybe move forward with in some way, but without doing the Emergencies Act. That was something that we'd looked at trying to do as well. But it was clear that in order to do those, bring in those tools, the Emergencies Act was the vehicle that was created for that purpose so that we could respond to a national emergency. Jason Kenney, I believe, said, I'm not going to quibble with the use of the act, but we don't need it here in Alberta. And that was something that came out a number of times, even by those who were supporting it, said, yeah, you do what you need to do. Don't think we need it here, but I know this is a situation where you should probably do it. Or can you not do it in my jurisdiction and just do it for Ontario? And that was certainly something that I had reflected on, and certainly reflected on further through that conversation.
The national emergency measures. It's supposed to be the whole country is under threat. This is ridiculous.
And troubling reports right across the country that we were getting from all of our various inputs. There was a financing of these convoys that was coming from every corner of the country and internationally. These were things that were generalized across the country.
And that was
and
proved to be
therefore,
wrong. There was very
required
little
a
international
use of
funding
the
has
Emergencies
been,
Act.
that was reported
Par
earlier.
exemple,
That's
le
just
Premier
false.
ministre Legault a exprimé.
Premier Legault expressed some concern.
This might be the important stuff. Let's listen.
He didn't want to have the RCMP suddenly take over all the police interventions and operations in Quebec when he thought he didn't need that. And I was able to reassure him. And it's something that I actually incorporated in my
That is a French
my
thing.
communication subsequently. That it was there to be used if necessary. But if, for instance, there was a blockade at Lacolle and the SQ is perfectly able to deal with it, like they responded very well at the second weekend at a attempted convoy in Quebec City. The RCMP was only there to be a support if necessary. And that was the framework. So it was a very useful conversation.
Blah, blah, blah. Let's move on to the next one, please. Let's
And
go next
I heard a
lawyer.
lot of points of view.
Let's go back to
And it was a good thing for me to be able to hear them, even with
back
different
to the
opinions,
lady translator.
and just to
yeah.
reassure what I was doing.
Lady, man, lady.
That's right. I wonder, why is that now?
This entire part. It's the last question I want to ask you about
Last
that day, Prime
question,
Minister.
nice.
Thanks,
So
Bar.
at 3:40, you received the decision note from the clerk. We call it the invocation memo. Technically, it's a decision note. And presumably you read it.
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything in it that surprised you? Was that the advice you were expecting to get from the clerk, or was it?
It was the advice that was consistent with the consensus around the table the day before at the IRG. The clerk and the National Security and Intelligence Advisor and the deputy clerk and all the heads of departments and agencies had a chance to weigh in on the various measures and on the invocation. And there was a clear consensus coming out of there that this is what we should do. But it was a big thing, not a small thing, to have the head of the public service formally recommend the invocation of the Emergencies Act and the declaration of a public order emergency. It's not something that had ever been done in Canada before. It was certainly not something that we undertook to do lightly. And
Sounds like you're going to do it no matter what.
as the
anyone
Prime
says.
Minister, I get to sign off and agree with these notes, or in some cases disagree with them. And that was a moment that I took with the weight of the decision I was about to take. And I reflected briefly on, first of all, the reassurance that it gave me that the entire system, all the inputs in the system had come up to the clerk of the Privy Council, the top public servant.
Everybody I
Canada,
appointed
impartial,
said what I wanted them to. I was
professional public
reassured.
service, making the recommendation to
And
move
yeah,
forward on
Fat
this.
Cack Boy, please.
was
Yes, we all will
essential
subscribe to
to me.
Legal Latino Heat on Rumble for sure, man. Legal Latino's a good
But
man.
I also reflected on,
Let's see
okay,
what else he's reflecting on, though. Hey there,
if I don't
fisted
sign?
sister. What's up?
what if I say, okay, we now have advice from the professional public service to invoke a public order emergency. And I decide, you know what? Let's give it a few days. Where the professional public service had made a determination that the thresholds were met, that the use of it was appropriate and, responsible, and the measures were the right ones that we were going to put in it. And I said, no, you know what? Let's wait and see. Another few days, another week to see if we really need to do it.
Say carcass.
First of all,
Me drink.
what if the worst had happened in those following days? What if someone had gotten hurt? What if a police officer had been put in a hospital? What if when I had an opportunity to do something, I had waited and we had unthinkable happen over the coming days, even though there was all this warning that it was possibly coming? I would have warned that in a way that we would certainly be talking about in a forum such as this. But more than that, the responsibility of a prime minister is to make the tough calls and keep people safe. And this was a moment where the collective advice of cabinet, of the public service, and my own inclination was that this was a moment to do something that we needed to do to keep Canadians safe. And knowing full well that this was an inevitable consequence of me signing, I agree, on this note, I was very comfortable that we were at a moment where
we
this
could
was the
trample
right thing
old
to do.
people with horses.
And we did it. And
We
it is-
trampled the old ladies with horses. Yay.
You did it well.
And we did it well. Those old ladies didn't see it coming.
that people who are defending civil liberties are able to say, you really should be careful about doing this, maybe you shouldn't have done it, that we have a system pushing back on this, because it's a big thing, not a small thing to do this. But that also,
Froze their bank accounts as well. That's right. We like to freeze the bank accounts as well as hit them with the horses.
that there was no loss of life. There
No,
was
just severe injury to old ladies.
that we were able to get neighborhoods back under control, border services opened, and there haven't been a recurrence of these kinds of illegal occupations since then. I'm not going to pretend that it's the only thing that could have done it, but it did do it.
Yeah, but nothing
And
happened. That's
that
the thing. It was all
colors
just
the conversations we're
possibilities, the
having
what
now
ifs.
with the
Lot
fact
of
that
what ifs
these
with
could
this
be very
situation.
different conversations. And I am absolutely serene and confident that I made the right choice.
Serene.
Agreeing with the invocation.
Hey,
Mr.
Carrie,
Commissioner,
back.
definitely good time for a break.
Okay, so we'll take the morning break. We'll take 15 minutes, please.
That's the guy in charge.
The commission
That's
is in
the
recess for
commissioner.
15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, and that's the screen you get. That's the screen you get when it says everything is
They got
on
stretch
break.
their legs.
Yes, we all get to stretch our legs and have a sip here. And,
They'll be going on lunch soon.
well, another couple of hours. Or hour, I should say. Yeah. And after that drink, I'm getting you something to eat somehow. There's no,
Sweet.
it's not just drinking.
Oh,
didn't-
yeah.
You didn't eat anything yet today. You just
No, no.
woke up and had a drink.
Probably, yes. That is true.
So, I mean, look, the public hearings will resume shortly. So, Trudeau has basically said that everyone he talked to, even the people that said they didn't want him to invoke it, agreed he should have invoked it. That's what he tried to say at one point. What? He said Jason Kenney said, "Don't Alberta doesn't need it. Don't do that here." But I understand why you would do it. That's what he said earlier.
Right.
I don't think
So-
Jason Kenney agreed with him invoking. If I had to guess, I don't actually know Jason Kenney. I think he's a conservative in Alberta. Not that I think. I'm pretty sure he's a conservative in Alberta, the premier. And yeah, I don't think he agreed with Trudeau doing the the measures, and then stomping people with horses and freezing their bank accounts and
Right.
so forth. Maybe he did. I don't know Jason Kenney, nor do I care. What I do care about is that I watched the protests for 3 weeks, and this has gone on longer than the protests. By the way, this
Correct.
inquiry, it's over. It's a month now, and so I've watched the protests. We all watched it. We watched a lot of it live here on this show. And you guys watched it, some of you, and you know that they're lying about what happened on the ground there. So, and you hear it themselves. It's a lot of senses of things that would have happened. What if these people inspired some other person to be a lone wolf? It's like, what? With what?
Could
Yeah.
have been.
Anyways, so yeah, he lied to us Albertans. Cannaman Dan says, there you go. See, I just know, it's so funny how it goes. All I hear about Jason Kenney is what I hear from CBC, how he's just this horrible, horrible person. So I just tend to kind of, be like, well, who knows, probably not that bad of a guy. But there you go. I mean, look, all these politicians, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, they lie. And that's the problem. When people get attached to these guys, even the guys I don't like, like Pierre Polyev. I don't trust that guy, and he called our house too much. You signed up for one Facebook group, or you liked a Facebook group of Pierre Polyev for some reason.
Every morning.
And then they
when I
called
wake up,
all the
there's
time. So,
Pierre Polyev.
oh, you're gonna come and do this, do that. Gonna vote for Polyev. It's like, yeah, he's fine, but Jesus Christ. Anyways, I don't trust him anyway. All these guys should say what they want. We know this. This is basic bullshit, basic bitch shit. So. Yeah, the left-right is a game, for sure. But it seems like there's a lot more left than right, especially in this country. There's definitely not as much, conservative, not even right. Who cares about left or right? It's just more of a conservative mentality or whatever. So, on that note, we, let's see here. Take a quick commercial break and then find something to play while I make the lovely assistant a sandwich or something. Would you like a sandwich, little Sammy?
I would love it, Sammy.
Okay. Well, let's play a quick commercial while I think about what to play. Yeah. To take a break. What? Dixie's still here?
Sorry about that. We'll be right back after these messages, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Dixie.
Thank you, Dixie.
Hi, everybody. Are you ready to shill? 'Cause it's time to shill like you've never shilled before. We really hope you're liking the show. There's a super cool way that you could let us know. The Streamlabs link is down below. If you want to help out, if you feel like giving us a little bit of dough, well, every little bit helps.
Click.
Life getting you down? On the brink? You about to lose your mind? Ready to throw in the towel? Well, my friends, perish the thought, because there's a place you can go to make it all better. It's K-Rads Incorporated. K-Rads Incorporated provides inspirational messages that reminds you that you matter, despite whatever your ex-wife tells you. K-Rads helps to provide you with the guidance you need to be the most productive you can be every day. Make your mornings magnificent.
K-Rads.
Make your afternoons amazing.
K-Rads.
Make your evenings everything.
K-Rads.
Make your nights noteworthy. So if you're tired of being a pathetic loser, just head over to K-Rads Incorporated and give yourself the life that you deserve.
K-Rads.
K-Rads Incorporated takes no responsibility for any actions taken by clients of K-Rads Incorporated. denies any liability in perpetuity regarding any situation, past, present, or future.
Click.
And now, back to the show.
Beauty. Okay, right on. Well, there you go. That was the shill time. Beauty.
Right.
So I guess as we've decided on the break here, we're just gonna play some tunes here. Some of my tunes, I guess, and put them on a playlist here, or they're on a playlist, I believe. And so enjoy, I guess. It's while we're on break, enjoy some of the music that I put so much of my heart and soul in. My heart and soul. I'm just joking. I heard someone describe, that the other day. I forget who. Was it Opie or Stuttering John? Opie pouring his heart and soul into music, and it sounded so embarrassing. I was saying that as long as I've played music, I love lots of music that I love so much, but never would I describe it as touching my soul or bleeding my soul out like a song I wrote. But here's some songs that I bled my soul into. Kidding. Enjoy while I make the lovely assistant a health burrito. As Matt is pointing out, a health burrito. Is that what you'd like? Or maybe a turkey sandwich. I don't know. We'll see.
Trust the government, and I sure don't like the cops. You might say I got a problem with authority, and I think about it a lot. So when I drove a car right through that parade full of old ladies and kids, well, now the whole system's gonna come down on me, right upon my head. Now I'm standing in court looking at the judge. Well, the judge, she's looking me down, cause my boy Fly bring it up on objection, grounds, objection, grounds, objection, grounds. Objection, grounds, objection, grounds, objection. Is that lawful law? Now objection, grounds, objection, grounds, objection. I don't know what I'm doing here, objection, grounds, objection, grounds, objection, grounds. Well, I'm a clown. I'm giving judge the evil eye. The judge, she's looking at me. I'm representing myself in some kind of weird third party. I'm making sure everything goes slow, interrupting whenever I can. The judge, she throws me out, but I don't give a damn. Grounds, objection, grounds, objection. I don't know what I'm doing here, objection. Grounds, objection, grounds, objection. This is my court now, objection. Grounds, objection, grounds, objection. Is that a lawful law now, objection? Grounds, objection, grounds, objection. Don't say my name in those capital letters. Why don't consent and it's misrepresenting? Well, later on I'm gonna burn in hell. Well, but for now I'll just rot in some cell. Objection, grounds, objection, grounds, objection. I don't know what I'm doing here, objection, grounds, objection, grounds, objection. This is my court now, objection, grounds, objection, grounds, objection. Is that a lawful law now, objection, grounds, objection, grounds, objection. It's the lawful law going down on me.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have a collaboration of artists that nobody's asked for, and quite frankly, nobody wants. Introducing the Turtles with special guest Tom Waits, everybody.
Why are you cheating at the poker table? That would explain why you were able to call $100,000 with just your heart. But then you gave the money back to everyone's surprise.
Why'd you give that money back if you didn't do anything wrong? And what's that in your thong?
Why are you cheating at the poker table with all of that shaking going on in your navel? Some people think that it's an inside job. Maybe there was something tucked away in your thumb.
If If you're good enough to make that play, how come you can't explain it to us now anyway?
Robbie, are you cheating at the poker table? That's the only way that you could really explain it. You get the guy at the table who's taking you to. Looks a bit suspicious, what's a girl gonna do?
Now she says she misread her hand, but I'm watching it back and I still don't understand.
Robbie, are you cheating at the poker table? Now the whole world is investigated. You tell by the look on Gary's face, he thinks there's something fishy going on in that place.
Well, why'd you give that money back if you didn't do anything wrong? And really, what's going on with that thumb? Robbie, are you cheating at the poker table? Robbie, are you cheating at the poker table? Robbie, are you cheating at the poker table? Robbie, are you cheating?
A long time ago, way back in the day before disco had to die, there was a sound that was going around that made Eric Fitzpatrick go wild. He was just a little G, had to sneak into the club. But that funk music wasn't the only thing that Eric loved. North, east, south, west, black girls everywhere. That jungle fever is why Eric lost his hair. Miami Garden down to Memphis, Tennessee. If you're fixing for some race mixing, that's where you wanna be. Just a young potato trying to work it out in the hood. And for a little old Irish boy, he's doing pretty good. He's getting all those numbers of all those beautiful Nubian queens. Mr. Fitzpatrick's getting all up in their weave. North, east, south, west, black girls all around. If you a bad soul sister, then Fitzpatrick's on the prowl. Gary, Indiana to Montgomery, Alabama. Black girls on the town, black girls all around. You know Eric's down. But then one night when he's out with the boys eating Popeyes after the club, when a fight broke out with a bunch of girls, then Eric fell in love. He picked up a weave so romantically and then put it back on her head. He said, girl, why don't you ditch that basketball American and come home with me instead? North, east, south, west, black girls all around. Eric won't discriminate, he loves all the chocolate towns. New Orleans, Atlanta, even Tallahassee. Eric doesn't seem to mind if you're a little bit trashy. But things aren't always easy, even for a straight up pimp. Now he's found his queen Latifah, now he's a one-woman simp. So then came the day that he had to say that he wants to settle down. So he asked her mom for her hand in marriage cause her daddy's not around. North, east, south, west, black girls in outer space. Fitzpatrick's caramel baby's about to dilute the whole white race. It's Pluto, your anus, Eric's Milky Way. He's acting like an Oreo with all those ebony babes. Black girls on the town, black girls all around. You know Eric's down.
Greg of Garumo, friend to you and me. Greg of Garumo, watch him when he streams.
You're live on WTFM with your DJ Greg. Coming up on the big hour, Ding Dong, coming up on the middle of the halfway between the top and the bottom of the hour. We're going to be going live You can't see it, but there's traffic on that cam.
It used to be that life was good, everything was fine. Until somehow, one day, all the animals got online. Started out with cat videos, then viral ones of dogs. But nothing would ever be the same when Greg the Ape came along. He's Greg the real mole monkey man. He's throwing poop with his monkey hands. Greg the real mole monkey guy. Don't eat with bananas cause he doesn't mind. I guess it's just a case of life imitating art. It's like Planet of the Apes every time that Gorilla Mo stream goes and starts. He's the lead authority on all those monkey things. Every time that monkey mouth moves, all the joy that it brings. It's Greg Gorilla Mo's Monkey Show. Stick around for all the monkey hosts. It's Greg Gorilla Mo's Monkey Time. How did that ape even get online?
I'm Blade's toe filled with gangrene. His diabetes filled me up with disease. All that drinking and never working out has given me a really bad case of the gout. Please, Bex, take him to the docks. If we're lucky, he takes us all off. I took a vote with the other toes, and they all voted yes that they want to go. I'm Blade's toe, and I really gotta go. I'm going to a better place. I'm Blade's toe, I just wanna let you know.
Welcome, everybody, to the fanciest circus in town. I hope you will be here to have a great evening with us tonight. Oh no, the American clowns are coming. Oh, I hate them so much. They have no class. They are the uncivilized. Run, everybody, run!
Welcome to Clown World. You're living it, baby. It's like the times in that we're surviving. We're working with no net, and we're ready to jump. So if you want to see a real bloodbath, stick around. Hey. What? You're not down with the clown because we say bad words while we're trolling around? If you're on the air acting the fool, I hope you're prepared for World War U. You think we're all just big shoes and red noses driving in cars that just can't hold us. Put you in stitches when I'm making you laugh. Took judo and clown schools while I'll break you in half.
These damn American clowns, giving us a bad name. I studied at the Juilliard. How dare they?
When we come through your town, banging your mom, your girlfriend, now who's the clown? It's Trippy Poop, Trippy Cass, but if you start tripping yourself, who's gonna kick that ass? Go ahead, you can bitch all you want, that doesn't mean our show's gonna stop. So if you're not careful, we'll put you on blast. Coming for you, it's the Trippy Cass. Gotta send in the clowns. Go send in the clowns. Gotta send in the clowns. Send in the clowns. That's right, we're coming right to your town. Set up the big top, won't stop. You know how that goes. You got yourself a stream? We might be a little mean. Alright. You get a lot more than a pie in your face. We running this circus.
Okay, alright, we'll leave. You win, fine. I guess I'll just go watch the Trippy Cast.
The Government of Canada released a list of words and phrases now deemed inappropriate for general use amongst the public. Of course, we won't be repeating these words and phrases here. But a government press release states that if everyone just goes along with this seemingly arbitrary list, there'll be a new list next year with even more words deemed unacceptable. Hey, does that mean that if they ban enough words, I'll be out of a job?
Click.
Even though I live in the ghetto, not allowed to say it anymore. Forget about calling it the inner city. I'm not sure what to call Detroit. I used to be the lowest on the totem pole because I'm dumb, tone deaf, and lame. But now everything, well, it's right in the world, cause you're not allowed to call me any names. I used to get sold down the river, you see. I used to be a real black sheep. But now anytime that you're talking to me, well, address me as Mr. Creep. Cause if you say any of these words, you see, you'll end up on some kind of blacklist. Unless you're lucky and grandfathered in. And even then, the whole thing's just so lame. Even though I wanna call it gay, even though it's completely unrelated, well, it doesn't really matter anyway. We'll better have a brainstorm, a powwow with the tribe. Check in on the war of bad words and see which ones survive. All those words that we used to say, but if you do it now, you'll have to pay. And none of the sticks and stones, the savage words are gonna break.
Okay, there we go. Right on. So, let's see what's going on around here. Are we back? Are we back from to the commission here? Oh, yes, we are. We missed 5 minutes of it. Okay, well, we're
into the
good to go.
books and the laws of Canada
Oh, is she
as
still
a
there?
tool available for
Oh man, I thought she was done.
a situation around emergencies like this.
Man.
Use of the definition in the CSIS Act, as I said before,
I thought for sure she was
has
done.
two very different contexts from the use of it by CSIS and the use of it in invocation of a public order emergency. The context is different, the purpose is different, the decision maker is different. The requirements around it, the inputs are different. And the fact that the director of CSIS, while consistently saying it doesn't yet meet the CSIS threshold for CSIS to act in wiretapping people or whatever it is still something that is necessary for a public order emergency.
But do you worry
Really?
about
That
the
makes no
floodgates
sense,
aspect
sir.
of this, that having done this, you've now maybe unleashed the Kraken?
He unleashed the Kraken.
I think, first of all, the excellent work this commission and all the cross-examiners have been doing over the past number of weeks highlights that it's not something to be undertaken lightly. And I didn't need to have seen this commission to consider this very much to be a measure of last resort. This wasn't something we were eager to do. And I dare say that future governments are likely to look at this experience and say, yeah, no, it's not really not something we want to go through lightly. But
good. That's
the law
point.
is on the books.
It's on the books, is it?
To assist in dealing with national emergencies. And the determination was made by the governor and council, by the professional public service, that the thresholds were met and that this was necessary.
We'll see. We'll see.
And regardless of any setting of precedents, I think it would be a worse thing for me to say, even though the thresholds have been met, even though it is needed and necessary, we're not going to do it because someone might abuse it or overuse it in the years to come. When there's a national emergency and serious threats of violence to Canadians, and you have a tool that you should use, how would I explain it to the family of a police officer who was killed, or a grandmother who got run over trying to stop a truck, or a protester who was killed? If I hadn't used the tools, if one of the protesters, one of the occupiers had been killed in a violent clash with someone else, getting this situation under control and protecting the safety of all Canadians is a priority.
On the same theme, but slightly different, The act was invoked here in response to a protest, and protest is a very important part of functioning democracy. And you touched on this on one of your answers before the break, but does this open the door then to the Emergencies Act being regularly used as a tool to quell protest? Because protest is not necessarily clean. Protest can be messy and it can be problematic, and it can interfere at times with critical infrastructure. We think of Indigenous protest, environmental protest. So what stops this from being used against that?
Again, the checks and balances we have and the need to demonstrate and meet a high threshold. But also from experience, over the past 7 years, we've seen many protests and disruptions across this country, including protests of, as you say, critical infrastructure and economic importance. And it never occurred to me or to the government to invoke the Emergencies Act around any of those. Now, your point around maybe future governments will run to it as a tool now that the seal has been broken. But I have greater faith in Canadians and in our institutions.
Oh, except when they're all gathered protesting. He has no faith in them when they're protesting your government.
Rights are casually brushed aside in the name of political expediency or a national emergency that actually wouldn't be one.
Another criticism that is leveled is that while the protests may have gotten, can we say, out of hand or snowballed and been extremely disruptive, they weren't the actions of a small minority, but a real expression of frustration, of legitimate frustration on behalf of a significant number of Canadians who had been through either suffered from or felt aggrieved by years of public health measures. And
wow, why is she even asking
in
that?
response to that,
It's supposed to be the softball lawyer.
they wanted to engage and they wanted you to speak to them and they wanted to
setting
hear
it up
directly
for him.
from their federal government, and
He
that
has
did
a
not happen.
statement
So
probably
do you
for
have
that.
an answer to that?
I think, first of all, we heard them. We knew exactly what they were asking for. They were very, very clear that they wanted an end to mandates. The convoy protesters were expressing their disagreement with very specific public policies that
So
they
we
were
know,
very
okay, because they were denying that they knew that they were going to ever leave. So they knew, okay.
mainstream communications and through social media on what they wanted, and they were very much heard. They had political parties in the previous election very much carrying those messages and presenting them to Canadians as part of the options that Canadians had to choose in that previous election. So people were well aware of the opinions and concerns and perspective of those individuals.
That's so interesting because when they're questioned about if they knew that they were going to stay there or what their goals were, they said, oh, we have no idea what these guys are going to do.
They wanted to be obeyed. They wanted us to change public policy, public health policy designed to help Canadians, and we're going to occupy locations across this country and interfere with the lives of Canadians until such a decision was taken. And I can't help but have noticed that when Premier Kenney in Alberta did, during the course of these convoy occupations, remove a number of mandates instead of decreasing the amount of concern, the convoy at Coutts, the occupation at Coutts, seemed to be emboldened, say, look, it's starting to work, let's keep going.
Exactly, and it felt like it did work.
So I am very aware that expressing concern and disagreement around positions of public policy is the right and is to be encouraged by any Canadian who wants to. But the occupation and destabilization of and disruption of the lives of so many Canadians, and refusal to maintain a lawful protest is not all right.
One thing we haven't talked about yet is, I assume you're familiar with the Section 58 report to Parliament explaining the reasons for invoking the Emergencies Act. And if we look at that report, much of it focuses on the economic consequences of the protests and the economic disruptions and the threats to economic security. And you've spoken this morning about how the threshold for invoking the emergencies was met because there were threats of serious violence. But we haven't really addressed where economic security fits into this picture. So I'd like to hear you on that.
I think it's a piece of it, obviously. If people are facing losses of income, if we're seeing massive disruption in a country's economy, that
Except when it involves people for, leaving their jobs because they don't want to wear masks to be vaccinated, that doesn't matter. Just when it's,
it was
people protesting your mandates.
On the situation, it wasn't the primary or the fund.
And they closed as basically a political move. These businesses were very, most of them, I think, closed just to try to make it look like they were in danger.
The occupations represented, and that's what we focused on.
The last question I want to ask you, Prime Minister, is on the question of trust in public institutions. We know you've said
She said last question before, I don't trust her.
Invoking the Emergencies Act and for reacting to what you were seeing around you was you were seeing a loss of confidence or a loss of faith in Canada's public institutions, and that factored into your thinking. Against that is put that this action has destroyed a lot of people's faith in their public institutions because it was seen as executive overreach. Yep. So what is your response to that? How do you see this having affected one way or the other?
I think we saw during the past couple of years, and beyond that, in the times we're living in, that people's faith in their institutions and in their democracy is really, really important. During the pandemic, one of the things we knew that was really important was if we wanted people to follow public health advice, if we wanted them to stay safe during the pandemic and stay home during those first weeks of pan-Canadian lockdown, we needed to be delivering income supports for small businesses, support so people could hang on and know that as they did the things that kept themselves and their families safe, their institutions were there to support them. And building up that confidence in institutions is really important. And when people across this country were noting that our police can't even maintain order in our capital city, that we cannot maintain the flow of essential goods and services over our most important border crossing, that armed protesters at Coots in Alberta were able to defy the police for so long. People's faith in our country's institutions able to do the basic things around keeping them safe gets eroded. And that is something that one has to take very seriously, that I took very, very seriously.
Start to cry, please cry.
Mr. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to now move into the cross-examinations.
Yeah.
So I'd like to call on first the CCLA, please.
Civil Liberties Association, okay.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsellor for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association.
Hi.
Prime Minister, I wanted to start off with the quick chronology leading up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. On February 13th, you meet with the IRG around 4 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you meet with Cabinet the evening of the 13th, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, Cabinet delegates to you the ultimate decision to invoke the Emergencies Act, and Clerk Charette characterized this as left it at referendum to the Prime Minister, correct?
Yes.
And you consult with your caucus the morning of the 14th, correct?
Yes.
And then with the First Ministers the morning of...
Sorry, it was more of an informing caucus than consulting with them, but yes.
Okay, that's fine. And then you consult with the First Ministers also the morning of the 14th. You speak to Mr. Jagmeet Singh and the Leader of the Opposition, Ms. Bergen, that same day. And you announce the invocation of the EA at a 4:30 press conference that afternoon, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so the Emergencies Act is invoked on February 14th, and then the measures that are put in place under the Emergencies Act are enacted on February 15th, correct?
Yes.
And those, if I can put them as two buckets, the two buckets of measures that are invoked on the 15th, the first are there is now a prohibition on public assembly that may lead to a breach of the peace, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the second are various economic measures that include the freezing of accounts of anyone who is involved in that public assembly that may lead to a breach of the peace, correct?
Yes.
He did say
And now,
cock, Dave.
going,
He did.
going back
he
a little
did.
bit, you spoke briefly about Windsor. The blockade at the Ambassador Bridge, that was a significant event. That was one of the events that led to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, correct?
It was one of many, but yes.
It was one of many. And you understand that the police, both the Windsor Police Service and the OPP, started to clear that block starting on February 12th?
Yes.
And that continued on February 13th?
Yes.
And I believe WPS, Windsor Police Service, tweeted that the Windsor Ambassador Bridge was cleared at 1200 on February 14th.
That sounds right.
Now, with respect to Coutts, that was another blockade of a border that was causing you and the government a significant concern, correct?
Yes.
And you were informed by Premier Kenny on February 14th in the morning that the RCMP had started to make arrests the night before, correct?
Yes.
And that, in his words, the situation has been secured and they will now proceed with broader arrests and secure the border. You remember that?
Yes.
And in Alberta is one of the provinces that had in place or has in place a critical infrastructure legislation that protects critical infrastructure from blockades, including highways, correct?
Yes.
Now, the Ottawa demonstrations in the blockade, they don't get removed until later in the week of February 15th, correct?
Correct.
And for the purpose of that operation, the RCMP,
What's up, Chris?
the
How you
OPP,
doing?
and the OPS, they form a
Matt,
joint command.
Good day.
Yes.
And Prime Minister, you agree that the Emergencies Act and the orders enacted under the Emergencies Act, there was nothing in those orders that created the joint command.
No.
Right.
Sorry. Yes, I agree that the Emergencies Act did not address creation of joint commands, although it did allow for the easy deputization of RCMP officers to enforce municipal bylaws and municipal rules without having to go through the usual processes that are required if they want to do that, which allowed for a greater
It didn't,
integration.
Correct.
tie our hands with this stinky
It
constitution
did away
and
with the
stuff like that.
administrative process that was taking some time of having the RCMP.
Yeah, Amy, because he's a
endorse
dope.
local bylaws.
Because
So
he's
it
Trudeau.
did facilitate the coming together of those three forces.
Bad
But
liars
the
better.
joint command in and of
Hey,
itself, that
familiar
was
human, what's
something
up?
that the police could have created and could have done without the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
Right. And we heard evidence from Commissioner Lucky of the RCMP that she had signed off on a plan to enforce and remove the protesters in Ottawa on February 13th that she had confidence in, that she, the OPP, and the OPS had confidence in. Did you hear that testimony?
No, I disagree with that.
Okay, you disagree with that?
Yes, I do not believe that the plan that was either signed off on supposedly by the RCMP or presented by the Ottawa Police Services on the 13th was in any real regards an actual plan for clearing the protests.
And is this a plan that you saw or that you were just spoken to about?
I was spoken to about. I did not see it myself.
Okay, and were you spoken to about it by Commissioner Lucky or by Minister Mendocino?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. But as at February 13th, your impression was that the plan that was in place at that time was not one that you or the RCMP had confidence in.
It was not one that we had confidence in, no.
Okay. All right. I will leave it there because I think there are other parties here that
wish to grill you more.
Okay. So in terms of the legal tools that were available in Ottawa, we heard evidence from Superintendent Bernier, who was the event commander for the Ottawa Police Services. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. He testified that he did not communicate to anyone that he needed or the OPS needed additional tools in order to implement their plan. Did you hear that evidence?
In hindsight, yes, during this process.
During this process. But at the time, you did not hear from OPS or Superintendent Bernier that the OPS required additional legal tools or legal resources.
What we saw consistently was the occupation was continuing and the ability of the police to resolve it was not there.
The police
Right,
were,
and you spoke about that earlier with Ms. Chowdhury. That
the police
both
were hanging
you,
with the protesters
the
a lot
government,
until the last couple of days.
and I think both Clerk Charette and Deputy Clerk Drouin all expressed the view that the view or even frustration that the police had not been using the legal tools available to them to remove the demonstrators.
Or had not been able to use.
Or had not been able to use those
legal
tools.
Yes.
Okay. And Prime Minister Brenda Lucki, the commissioner of the RCMP, also on the 13th, she was of the view that existing legal tools had not been exhausted, and she communicated this to the Chief of Staff of to Minister Mendocino. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that at the time. As we went around the virtual table at the IRG that day, the consensus from everyone, including the Commissioner of the RCMP, was clear that we were advancing on these extra tools. And as I said, I don't disagree with that assessment that not all tools had been used. That was part of the problem, that not all tools were being used to end this occupation.
Right. And Prime Minister, we talked about the threshold for invoking a national emergency. You spoke about that briefly in your examination in chief. And you understand that other than the threshold in the CSIS Act, part of the test is whether the matter exceeds both the capacity and the authority of a province to deal with the matter. You understand that?
Yes.
And Deputy Clerk Drouin said that authority refers to legal authority and capacity refers to operational capacity. And you would agree with that?
Okay, yes.
And when I'm taking you back now to your press conference at 4:30 on the 14th. At that press conference, you specifically referred to the fact that there were serious challenges to law enforcement's ability to effectively enforce the law. You remember that?
Yes.
And that the Emergencies Act will be used to strengthen and support law enforcement agencies at all levels of the country. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And that the police will be given more tools to restore order in places.
He looks nervous because he's being cross-examined finally by someone that doesn't want to kiss his ass, and she's not even going to be the worst one.
So
wait till Miller time happens, baby. Miller time is going to be fun.
Justifications that
That's
you
what we're waiting
stated
for.
publicly for the invocation of the emergency.
Tell your friends it's going to get spicy.
And that was, again,
Tell your grandmother she didn't get run over by a horse.
of your ministers, and many of the people in the public service had expressed frustration with the police inability to exercise those legal tools.
No, it wasn't just because people had expressed frustration. It was real concern. As you mentioned, that a number of places were moving in the right direction in terms of.
Well, Amy, he invoked this Emergencies Act against the protesters, which led to some violence on the government's part and the policing, and it was a lawful protest. And so he overreached with his use of this, and that's basically what it is. That's what it comes down to. Other than that, he's been found to be in a violation of by the Ethics Commission 3 times before this. Nothing will happen, but this is fun to watch him squirm.
At Fort Erie, there was discussion of Lacal. There were more activities starting in Surrey and BC at other border crossings. There was a ongoing concern that it wasn't just about ending the places that were there. It was ensuring that they simply didn't shift to another locale, because many of these convoy participants had come a long way across the country and were mobile enough to go to another nearby locale.
And so you were in a sense making sure it was almost preventative in terms of we remove them and we want to prevent them from relocating and restaging at another location. Would that be fair?
Yes, that was a concern, but at the same time, there was very much a concern that it be temporary that we brought in, that we not keep the Emergencies Act in place for a minute longer than necessary. And when the RCMP suggested that they wanted it in place for 3 weeks, or they would need it in place for up to 3 weeks, we took that very seriously as a request, but we ended up saying, no, we're going to end it as quickly as we can, and we did.
And Prime Minister, you spoke about how you were advised that it would be impermissible for the government to direct the police. And that was a line that you and your staff and your ministers understood very clearly, correct?
Yes, we were very careful about that.
You're very careful about that.
Yes.
But you'd agree that when you invoke the Emergencies Act and you very publicly say to the police, these are tools that you now have, that you are publicly signaling, this is the road we want you to walk down now and use these tools in order to deal with these demonstrators. Do you agree with that?
We were very clearly saying that we need to restore enforcement of the law and we need to restore public order. But as I said clearly a little earlier, in the situation of a theoretical blockade at Lacal, I was very clear with the Premier of Quebec and indeed in communications that if the public order emergency tools weren't necessary, they didn't need to use them.
And Quebec did not invoke their own Emergencies Act, correct? They did not.
I'm not sure, but I'll take your word for it.
But I don't think Quebec invoked their Emergencies Act for the purpose of the thing, for the convoy. Now, my last area of question, Prime Minister, is with respect to the CSIS Act and its integration into the Emergencies Act. So you've stated under the CSIS Act, when CSIS determines that they are going to use surveillance on a person, they need to meet the threshold at Section 2, correct?
Yes.
And that's because the surveillance of one person without other legal authority is something that is very serious and that requires a high legal threshold, correct? Now, I understand your evidence that for the purpose of the Emergencies Act, we are dealing with a different context, yes?
Yes.
A different purpose?
Yes.
And we're dealing with a different decision maker, correct? But I would put to you that when invoking the Emergencies Act, that threshold, the level of threshold of the security threat that must be met cannot be any lower than it is when CSIS is proposing to surveil one person, that the threshold is no different. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Those are my questions.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, next is the Canadian Constitution Foundation.
Commissioner, my friend has asked to switch spots.
I see that.
We've advised the parties. Yes, I am not Mr. Kittredge, and no parties have objected. So.
Okay, well, in the spirit of cooperation, that's fine with me.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, isn't that
have you
nice?
given up
Everyone's
your
just getting
time on
along.
the Canadian Constitution?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay, just want to be clear.
I know hope springs eternal, but I'm afraid not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good morning, Mr. Prime Minister. I'd like to quickly circle back. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning,
Particularly
Mr.
given
Prime Minister.
my mistake.
I'm Rob Kittredge for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, and we share standing at these hearings with the Democracy Fund and Citizens for Freedom.
This might be good.
Circle back to a bit of a constitutional conversation I had the other day. Cabinet confidentiality, the principle that members of Cabinet are free to express their opinions on issues before Cabinet fully in private meetings and discussions with you and their Cabinet colleagues. Are you familiar with that principle?
Yes, I am.
And the principle of Cabinet solidarity, where once decisions are presented to the public or to Parliament, they are collective decisions of Cabinet and can't be repudiated or criticized by your ministers. And if they were to do that, they would have to resign their post.
That is a principle, yes.
All right. Tow trucks have come up a lot at this commission, and my friends and the commissioner know me by now as a bit of a towing aficionado. It's been a while since I brought up the subject, but I thought maybe you and I could have a little talk about it.
Ooh.
As you know, in order to legitimately and legally declare a public order emergency pursuant to the Emergencies Act, the purported emergency cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. You're taking the position that the emergency declaration was justified in part because towing services were required and could not be procured. Is that accurate?
That's a bit of a leap. We say that the Emergencies Act was required because the situation as a whole could not be resolved under existing authorities and was not.
Familiar human asks if anything will happen after this. And no, they'll find that it was okay for Trudeau to use this and nothing will happen at all. But even though there'll be evidence to show that the whole thing that was blown out of proportion and the things they were used to vilify the protesters were fake. But we'll see. It's just fun to watch them squirm for a little bit.
In various locations was the difficulty in securing towing services. Yes, that was one of the barriers they were facing in being able to restore public order.
Right. So one of the measures that you put in place through the emergency measures regulations was an ability to compel tow truck drivers to provide towing services, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So I'd say that would be a fairly significant part of the reason why you would have had to invoke the Emergencies Act. Wouldn't you agree with that?
It was an element of the solutions to the situation that we were dealing with. Yes.
It was one of a handful of powers that you created using the emergency measures regulations. Is that right?
Yes.
So I would say it's relatively important. Would you agree with that?
It was important in yes, solving the emergency situation. Yes.
Certainly relevant to the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
The invocation of the Emergencies Act wasn't because people couldn't find tow trucks. The invocation was because there was a public order emergency that posed serious threats to Canadians, and the inability to solve this public order emergency that posed a serious threat to the safety of Canadians was compounded by the inability to actually move those trucks, for example.
And that would be one of the ways that the emergency couldn't have been effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada, wouldn't you say?
Municipalities and provinces have contracts with tow truck companies to keep the highways clear, to keep the roads clear, and tow parked cars that are illegally parked all the time. So they had theoretically the authority to compel people under breach of contract to actually tow vehicles that were illegally parked. For various reasons, they were unable or unwilling to use the civil powers they have under contract, or perhaps it would just take too long for them to be able to do it. But in feedback with everyone from Alberta to Ontario to elsewhere, was that they needed to be able to compel.
Yeah, because they didn't want it because it was fellow truckers, right? That was the problem.
And you, in fact, put that power into the emergency measures regulation.
Yes, we did.
And so a discussion of that, of tow trucks, is relevant to this discussion we're having right now.
Yes.
We talked about cabinet solidarity earlier. There's been a waiver of cabinet confidence, the related partial waiver, I should say, of cabinet confidence, the related principle that would have allowed you to withhold documents from this commission. You've disclosed.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of them did say, familiar human. It was the rumor anyway, but they just weren't going along with it.
Hundreds of public inquiries over the course of our country's history, and only 4 times were there waivers of cabinet confidence. For this situation, it was extremely important to me that all the inputs, or as many inputs as possible, that cabinet received in making the determinations that we did are visible to Canadians. So yes, we waived cabinet confidence in terms of the inputs that cabinet heard to make the decision, but the actual deliberations, as you point out, remain secret.
Great.
I did see Freeland's notes, and they look like the scribblings of a child. It's unbelievable.
Can I pull up
have.
JCF 2, please? So this is a document as it's coming up. We've been having a bit of an argument over the last little while about some redactions that were made in
Hey, Evil Dead. I agree, sir. Very much.
Friends for Canada.
Redacted
and there were
talk.
some
Let's
disputes
go.
about parliamentary privilege and irrelevance. But in this particular document, I'd like you to take a look at this. This first document was what was originally disclosed, and this document, the second one, had some redactions removed and those documents were ordered disclosed last night, Canada took the position last night that there was reason to insist on this redaction, or that this document not be produced unredacted. But I wonder if maybe you could, and at the end of the day, this was produced at 10:26 a.m. this morning, so I'm a little more unprepared for this cross than I normally am. But I wonder if you could look at that first redaction on the original disclosure and see if you can see the reason for the redaction that's highlighted in the black box there.
It appears to say irrelevant and parliamentary privilege.
Right. So I'm looking at the irrelevant one. Could you identify on the other side what information was blacked out as irrelevant by your government?
Americans offering tow trucks.
Yeah. And wouldn't you say that discussion of tow trucks was relevant to the discussion we're having here today?
I'm not the one who made these redactions. It's the professional public service that made those redactions, so you'd have to ask them.
Right. Well, I think we will be. But in any event, I would put it to you that tow trucks weren't in fact required, that the power to compel tow trucks was not used for anything other than convenience, and that tow trucks had been secured at all important locations prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. And I got to say, it's interesting to close on this tow truck point. I hadn't expected that to happen. But would you agree with me that tow trucks weren't in fact needed at the time of the invocation of the Act?
Mr. Commissioner, Brian Gover for the Government of Canada. And if my friend is going to put that to the witness, he ought to put the proposition correctly. I remind my friend that the evidence of Commissioner Carrick of the Ontario Provincial Police was that the powers under the emergency measures regulation in relation to tow trucks were used. I refer specifically to his February 22nd, 2022 report to Deputy Solicitor General Di Tommaso, which shows that clearly those powers were used. Thank you.
Right. Well, I would respond by saying that the evidence so far has shown that while strictly speaking there was an invocation of, or there was a use of that power under the Act, by the OPP. It was basically used as a method to ensure that the payment was made.
It's
In any
supposed to
event.
come to me, and I think those happen to be areas that I'm going to have to deal with,
Fair enough.
what is in fact the case, but you can pose your question in a different way if you wish, but I think whether or not they were used, whether or not it was required is something I will rule on.
I think we're bearing the lead a little bit here, and I'll ask you again. You would agree that a discussion of tow trucks and information about tow trucks is relevant to the work of the commission and the discussion
He
that we're
already
having here
said
today,
yes.
wouldn't you?
I know there was a lot of time spent on tow trucks during the past 6 weeks.
Right. Well, thank you very much.
That's it.
Thank you. Next is now the Canadian Constitution Foundation, or have I?
He had him on
It
the
is?
ropes
Okay.
there. It's too bad he ran
Thank
out
you.
of time, because
I don't
to
want
me
to
it
get
was
it
like
wrong again.
he had the point that America Tow Trucks said they were going to help, and then so you didn't need
Good
to
morning,
invoke
Prime
the act.
Minister. My name is Sujit Chaudhary. I'm counsel.
This guy's good. This guy's good. Let's go.
Prime Minister, I'd like to shift gears a bit and ask you some questions about your role as chair of the cabinet. And so it's true, would you agree, that one of your chief responsibilities as Prime Minister is to chair the cabinet?
Yes.
And it's a serious responsibility.
Yes.
And so yesterday, there was a panel testifying from the Prime Minister's office, I'm sure you're aware. And your Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, answered questions about your role as chair of the cabinet. Are you aware of her testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And so she, under cross-examination, she testified that you are the ultimate decision maker for determining the information and documentation shared at cabinet.
He's not the ultimate anything. Come on.
Do you have any reason to disagree with what she said?
Yeah, that was in a series of questions, linked to, who ultimately decides who's in the room or not. The reality is the authority rests with me. If I, in seeing what the public service has prepared for me as a list of subjects at cabinet or attendees at cabinet or documents to be provided at cabinet, if I have significant issue with any one of them, I can say, no, we're not going to present that to cabinet, and it won't go to cabinet. But as par for the course, I do not spend time going over in advance every possible document going to cabinet to say, yes, this can go, this shouldn't go, this can't go. It's in exceptional circumstances.
So there's advice provided to you by the Privy Council office? Is that what you're saying on what documentation and information goes to cabinet? It's presented to you for review and then you sign off on it, yes or no?
No. For example, if we're dealing in cabinet with a particular MC from, or a particular proposal from a given department,
MC Fresh.
They will
MC
put forward
Canada. What's
that
up, y'all?
document, that proposal. I will, as par for the course, as all cabinet members do, read through that documentation as part of our deliberations that we're about to have. But for me, I have the power to say, no, you know what? We're not going to discuss this today, or this document's not going to go in.
There you go. Dr. Climate
which I
Abortion
do from
brings up
time
a
to
climate
time
abortion
if we
brings up a
decide,
good
no,
point.
it's
Nice
not ready to
conspiracy
go
theory, by
forward,
the
we're
way.
not going to do
If
that.
he was in charge of making
but-
people hate Trudeau, he wouldn't do
I guess I'm
anything
not entirely
differently
sure
than
what power you're trying to get me to admit
Himself,
to having
right?
or not having.
Sure. So
Brilliant.
well, why don't we talk about the February 13th cabinet meeting? So the questions are about that. And so you'd agree, sir, that that was an extraordinarily important cabinet meeting?
Yes.
A historic meeting, even?
Yes.
And though, even though it was happening at a time of great pressure, of great urgency, you would have taken care to determine in your capacity as chair of cabinet that cabinet had all the relevant information and documentation before it.
The way cabinet works is we do an awful lot of work in cabinet committees. We do not, as a par for a course, dig into
Why does he
every
keep saying
item that
par for
comes
course?
forward in a
Par for the
fulsome
course.
way, because we have subgroups of cabinet that dig into that. So there will have been, before any cabinet meeting, including that one, subgroupings meeting to debate, to discuss things that then get reported back to cabinet.
But you would agree that under the Emergencies Act, as you stated this morning in testimony, the power to declare a public order emergency rests with what you called the cabinet and prime minister, which is the governor
and council,
right? Which is the full cabinet, not a cabinet subcommittee.
He does look like a Muppet.
No, that's
it's true.
Okay.
Cabinet subcommittees deliberate, but as a matter of generality, they don't make final determinations.
And you agree, there's no way.
The guy asking the questions kind of looks like a Muppet too. He looks like he'd be with the guy with Beaker.
In this case, it was something very important to me. I could imagine catastrophic scenarios in which a government might have to declare a public order emergency without a meeting of full cabinet, either because of urgency or because of circumstance that prevents cabinet from gathering.
But in this case, there was such a meeting.
Yes.
Yes, it is like from the 1930s Audrey Hepburn hat. It's not an army hat. Although that would be suiting for today.
To my friend from the Attorney General of Canada, I'm not going to ask you about the content of any of those inputs that might be protected by confidence. I just simply want to ask you if certain documents were inputs or not to the cabinet meeting, if I may. So the first is that we've heard in testimony that there was a legal opinion that explained the difference in the definition of threats to the security of Canada in the CSIS Act and the Emergencies Act, and you've testified to that this morning. Do you know, sir, if that a legal opinion was provided to the full cabinet at its meeting of February 13th?
In matters of legal opinion, in many situations, most situations, we hear from the Attorney General and Justice Minister who reports to cabinet on this or that legal opinion.
So was that written opinion provided to the cabinet, sir?
I believe it was a report from, a verbal report from the Minister of Justice.
I'd like to ask you about another document, which is that we've heard about a threat assessment prepared by CSIS, and you're familiar with that as well. And Director Vigneault testified that he'd concluded, or CSIS had concluded, that there wasn't a threat to national security under 2C of the CSIS Act. He also testified that that threat assessment was provided to the IRG on February 13th. So my question is, was this threat assessment provided to the full cabinet on the evening of February 13th?
In our reporting to cabinet, there was a reporting on the consensus reached by the IRG, including the director of CSIS, who recommended and agreed with the invocation of a public order emergency. We were not at cabinet dealing with whether or not CSIS had the authority to move forward with a wiretap on one person or another. It was a discussion on the invocation of a public order emergency, which requires reasonable grounds for the governor and council to make a determination.
So the Minister of Justice does sound like a superhero or wrestler. The Minister of Justice!
You said a report.
Which document is that?
The CSIS threat assessment. And if I could rephrase what you said, you just said the IRG considered that report, it discussed it?
No. Throughout the IRGs, CSIS, as a par for the course, would mention that the threshold had not been met for CSIS operations within this of a particular type, according to their context and their mandate. But we were not looking as an IRG or a cabinet as to whether or not CSIS would be allowed to do this or that thing. We were looking at, certainly by this end, whether or not we had a threshold met for the invocation of a public order emergency.
So Prime Minister, Director Vigneault testified that a written threat assessment was prepared by CSIS, and he testified that he provided that to the IRG.
Yes.
Are you saying that that document was not provided to the IRG?
No, that would have been provided to the IRG.
But would you agree that it wasn't provided to the full cabinet?
Yes, I agree that it was, that the report was given, that that the narrow CSIS threshold was not met for a CSIS operation, but because that was not the issue at play in this cabinet discussion. The issue was the threat of serious violence threshold met in the context of a public order emergency? Was the discussion at play?
The Minister of Justice is above all the politicians. You can take them all away. He's going to fly in and take everyone to jail, even the lawyers. Let's go.
And I believe you stated we should read it, we should look at it, because it wasn't much of a plan. Is that fair?
That is my understanding of it.
So, sir, I'd like to pull the plan up on the screen, please. And Mr. Registrar, it's PB NSC CAN 407734.
You can't hide from the Minister of Justice. What are you going to do when he gets the long arm of the law around you, brother?
Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Prime Minister, is this the document or is this the plan you're referring to?
I have not. I have heard about this. I haven't ever actually seen it.
Is this the plan we're all talking about?
No, I have not.
Okay, so
I certainly had not read it on the 13th.
Okay, and so I'd like to just, Mr. Registrar, I'd just like to walk the Prime Minister through the pages, not so he could read it because we don't have time, but just to point out that this is a heavily redacted document. So page 1 is the cover page. Page 2 is this signature page. If we could go down, page 3 is a description of the situation and the mission. And then, Mr. Registrar, if you could please scroll down.
Look
the rest of this document has been redacted. So that's page 4, page 5, page 6. Page 7, page 8. So, Prime Minister, you said we should read this plan. We can't. It's within your legal authority.
Go ahead, read it. We have it. All the papers there.
These redactions. For the sake of the transparency of this commission, sir, would you consider that request?
I object to that. On behalf of the Government of Canada, it's Brian Gover once again. This is putting the Prime Minister in an odious position. We had no notice that they would attempt this in cross-examination. These things require careful consideration, do not lend themselves to decisions in the moment, and we maintain our objection.
Commissioner, sorry, sir. This was in our document list that we circulated within time to counsel for the Attorney General. They had noticed that we would be putting this document. And the question is a fair one in response to the Prime Minister's testimony this morning that he said you should read it.
I think it is fair in a sense, but I think what's being raised is it's a little more complicated than the federal government or the Prime Minister releasing these.
Oh, Rolly, it's always more complicated with you, isn't it?
Operational plan of the OPS involving officers from the OPS and from OPP involving Stratton.
And Roots is pointing out properly that the document was in blackface, just like Trudeau was a few times.
In order its release without consulting with the various police services. And I think that's the unfairness that's being referred to. And quite frankly, I agree. Now, having said that, he made reference to the plan, and there is an issue about reading it for sure, but I think the context is important here.
So, Commissioner, with that, with your ruling there, and I thank Mr. Gover for his point, Prime Minister, can I put it to you this way? You said we should read the plan, but I think you would agree we can't.
Indeed. As I said, I haven't read the plan, but we're in a situation where, as can be imagined, I have access to unredacted information, and what I know and my understanding of this plan was, and I'm happy to testify to that, that it was not a complete plan of engagement.
And Prime Minister, and again, I think I would like to raise this again. I'm looking to Mr. Gover in anticipation of his reaction. As you know, there's a legal opinion that over which solicitor-client privilege has been asserted. We asked Minister Lametti to release that opinion, and in a public statement this week, he said he couldn't because he lacked the authority to. That would be up to his client, and he then clarified that his client is his governor and council. So again, for the
Trudeau is down with the OPP. It's the other people's penises. It's not.
Would you advise that opinion be released in the interest of transparency?
Mr. Commissioner, it's Brian Gover once again for the Government of Canada.
Objection, grounds.
Solicitor-client privilege, of course,
Grounds.
is a very substantial right in our legal system. It's one that the Supreme Court of Canada has recognized has a constitutional dimension. I remind my friends that in this case, as the Prime Minister has said, Cabinet confidence has been waived for the fourth time in 155 years to provide evidence of inputs. We know that the decision note that was referred to in testimony by the Clerk of the Privy Council referred to the advice of the public service that it was appropriate to invoke the Emergencies Act. In my submission, we need not go further with the inquiry.
We need not dig any deeper, otherwise it might find some
Setting
dirt.
what in my submission could be a dangerous precedent going forward. And this is certainly an issue that requires careful consideration and not
dangerous
one
truth.
to require a Prime Minister to respond to in the spur of the moment. Thank you.
Yes, it would be horrible to get to the bottom of things,
Okay,
wouldn't it?
well, I think you have a refusal essentially by council, so I think you're going to have to move on.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And
No
so
fight?
I have one final question, sir. So there has been a lot of discussion this week about legal thresholds and how they differ under the Emergencies Act on your government submission than they do under the CSIS Act. And you testified about this morning. I just want to ask you one question. The emergency was revoked on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
We can take my word for it. And prior to that revocation, there was a great deal of public debate and public discussion about the case for the emergency made by the government. Is that right?
Yes.
And sir, I put it to you that not until this commission has the government of Canada ever publicly communicated that the threshold for determining a threat to national security is different under the Emergencies Act than under the CSIS Act. Not once. Why is that, sir?
It's in the first line of the public order emergency section of the Emergencies Act that the governor and council can, on reasonable grounds, declare a public order emergency if, in their reasonable opinion, I'm paraphrasing obviously, there are threats to the security of Canada and it is a national emergency. That doesn't mention CSIS threshold anywhere.
Commissioner, I think those conclude my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just before I go to the next cross-examiner, there seems to be some reactions in the crowd that, in my view, are inappropriate. This is I think, a very important process and very serious. There are a lot of people outside, as I understand it, who would like to come in. I would ask you to please refrain from comments or laughing or whatever, and try and keep it serious. That would be appreciated. And not only appreciated, if necessary, it will be enforced.
Guys, everyone stop laughing. Stop laughing. I know he's lying to our faces.
Continue to be attentive and pay the attention that is required for what's going on. So with that brief comment,
no more laughing.
Call on the
Guys,
Ottawa
be
Police
serious.
Service, please.
Who's next? Who next? Bring them. Trudeau's like, bring them, bitches. Uh-oh, it's a lady. Oh, no, of course it's a lady.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. My name is Jessica Barrell, and I am counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
It's a lady.
Prime Minister, we've heard evidence from you about your understanding of intelligence information as well as operational planning at various points throughout the events in Ottawa. And I just want to clarify your role as it relates to that information. And I take it it's not your role as Prime Minister to collect intelligence information. Is that correct?
No, it's not.
Similarly, it's not your role to review the details of an operational plan.
No, it's certainly not.
And that's because you rely on highly trained police officers to perform the work that they're best at, which is performing those functions, and then it gets briefed up to you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I assume that you regularly rely in particular on the intelligence and operational planning expertise of the RCMP as they are the National Police Service, correct?
Yes.
And of course, you trust them to perform those functions effectively.
Yes.
Okay. So we've heard considerable evidence to date from the Commission that an integrated planning cell arrived in Ottawa on February 8th. Were you aware of that?
That sounds right.
And we also heard that Superintendent Bernier from Ottawa Police Service took over as event commander on February 10th and established what he referred to as an integrated command structure, which we heard described from him as including experts from subject matter areas such as negotiations, public order, intelligence, etc. Were you aware of that?
That sounds reasonable, yes.
Okay.
But did you hear about
And
it?
the experts involved in both the integrated planning cell and the ultimate
Does she work for the
integrated command
police? I
structure
missed that.
included
Is she a
senior and
police lawyer?
specially trained officers from
Makes
OPS, RCMP,
Sounds like
OPP,
it.
and other municipal police services. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And as you indicated, you would have, of course, leave it up to those experts to draft, review, and approve operational plans. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you certainly wouldn't have had the capacity in your role to engage in any kind of line-by-line review or assessment of the viability of those operational plans.
No.
Okay.
Oh my
And so I
God.
want to focus, because we've heard a fair bit of evidence about this morning, in relation to the timeframe of February 12th onwards and the
annoying.
operational plans that existed at that time. You participated in an IRG meeting on February 12th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so I'd like to pull up the minutes from that meeting if we can. It's SSM NSC CAN 214.
Yeah, they're both
Please.
whisperers. They're both going to 6 zeros. This is an early document because they had to use all the
And in
zeros.
particular, I'm looking for
Yeah, it's a
page
whisper
6,
contest.
Mr.
It's
Clerk.
like, yes. And then the vocal fry girl is like, would you say this? And she's, yes. It's like, ugh, both of you, shut up. So she's going to try to prove that the police did nothing wrong. That's what she's there to try to
Well,
prove,
yeah,
obviously.
he threw them under the bus.
Of course.
He said yes.
And so we see in the second paragraph.
Redacted.
This is a update from the Minister of Public Safety.
Grounds.
And we see the last sentence of that. During the discussion, confirmation was obtained that the OPS Chief of Police accepted the plan and the Commissioner of the RCMP agreed to be able to provide additional details of that plan at the next call. Do you recall that?
I'm looking at the sentence before where it says there appears to be a lack of a plan in Ottawa, with the Chief of Ottawa Police Services having yet to approve the plan developed with the RCMP and OPP.
Right, and then subsequent to that, we see that in the middle of the meeting, there's confirmation that the OPS chief has agreed to the plan and that Commissioner Lucky agrees to provide additional details to this group subsequently
need a
in
plan,
relation to
we
the
need a
details.
plan.
Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. And so this was put to Commissioner Lucky in her testimony. And my understanding of her evidence is that she never did subsequently provide the details of that plan to this group on the 13th or otherwise. Would you disagree with that evidence?
No, I agree, because what we heard was the plans were not adequate. They were not
The plan was not good
operational
enough.
plans at that point.
Okay, but you didn't ever hear the details of the plan. And she certainly doesn't say in this meeting that from her perspective it was
But
not
what
an
was the
adequate plan.
plan?
She's just saying, I'll provide you an update later.
I can't speak to what she was knowing or not, but I can say that when we were briefed on the 13th as to the operational plan or readiness of enforcement in Ottawa, we were...
Chris, we were watching another stream, and like a few weeks ago, and it was watching this, and there was an Asian guy asking the questions, and he said, what was the plan? Or everybody, they were claiming in the chat that he said Pran, and that was very funny. And then I tried to find it because I couldn't, I missed it or I did whatever, so I took it back, and I could never find the guy. He spoke. It was like the Brendan Schaub thing. It was just like the Asian guy spoke very good English. Spoke English very well, I should say. But I like Bran. Pran is better, but Bran is our own now. You have made it our own, Bran, because someone else. There's another channel that watches this that is very good, and they made their own thing with the Pran. We're doing Bran. What's the Bran?
My understanding was there was not a complete operational plan to end the protests
No
in
brand.
Ottawa as of the 13th.
Okay. I'd like to bring up OPP 1851,
Yeah, you know me.
please.
Every time they say that, we have to say that back, obviously. Obviously. Okay, sip your water. Sip your little water.
Oh, I hope
Okay, so let's just start with the title page. This is called Integrated Mobilization Operational Plan. And if we could scroll down to page 2, you can see at the top that the plan was written by the Integrated Planning Cell that has multiple services listed there.
plan,
It's
man.
dated the 13th. And we see that there's sign
Someone's
off
been
here
gotta
from
plan-splain all this
Superintendent
to
Phil
us.
Liu of the RCMP, Chief Superintendent Carson Party of the OPP, and
are
Acting
you down with me?
Superintendent Rob Bernier.
Yeah, you know me.
Of the Ottawa Police Service.
Feral agent is not down.
Okay, and so I just want to, if you look
That's
at the bottom
unfortunate.
of this, the screenshot here, you can see that this is a 73-page document. You see that?
Okay.
Okay. And so obviously we don't have time, unfortunately, to fully digest this entire document. But is it fair to say that prior to the police operation on February 18th to 20th, as well as prior to
What's up,
the
deadbeat
invocation of the
cheese?
Emergencies Act, you had never seen this document?
No.
Okay. And
Sorry.
if we-
No, yes, it is fair to say that no, I had never seen it.
Thank you for that clarification.
God dang.
And so you suggested multiple times in your evidence this morning that to your knowledge, the operational plan that existed at the time of February 13th was by no means an actual plan to actually end the protests in Ottawa. Is that a fair representation of your evidence?
That was my understanding.
And
Yes.
it's deadbeat chess, I think, not
And you
deadbeat
also
cheese. I think
testified
I
that it
just
was
saw
not a plan that you
deadbeat
or the
cheese.
RCMP
Whoops.
had confidence in. Is that correct? At least that was your understanding.
If there wasn't a plan, then
Okay.
we probably didn't have confidence in it.
Fair enough. But as you can see here, there is a 73-page document dated February 13th that a senior member of the RCMP has signed off on.
Yes.
Okay. So if we just scroll down, as I said, we don't have time to review the entire document, but we do have a table of contents here. And so I just want to go through a few components of the parts, or component parts of the
Okay,
overall
guys,
plan,
are we?
so
What do we think
general
about this
scope
girl
of it.
here? You know, the voice is awful, but like, what, smash or pass, you
And so if
guys? You
we
know, I
scroll
mean,
down a little bit, we see there's a
even
deployment
with the vocal
plan,
fry.
right? A reference to a deployment plan.
Sorry, the entire deployment plan is on page 13.
Yes, so I'm just trying to
The
understand.
laptop
scope
is
of the
kind of
plan
hiding
since
her
only
boobs. I
have 10
can't see
minutes,
how
we
big her
can't
boobs
actually
are.
digest the entirety of the plan. So you can see that there's some content in relation to deployment plan.
Sorry, is this a table of contents?
Yes.
So the entire deployment plan fits onto one page?
Well, a description of the deployment plan is, okay. And then we see a reference to investigative plan. Correct?
I can't speak to whether this is a good plan or a complete plan or not. I haven't read this, obviously.
Right, and so you hadn't read it, obviously,
No,
then.
I rely on the inputs of the experts around me to reassure me or not that there is a capacity to move forward.
Okay, so let's turn to page 8.
So you don't do much.
And we see the objectives listed, if we could scroll down. And it says to facilitate a resolution through de-escalation, graduated, measurable,
What's up,
and
Rid
multi-phase
Cock and
response,
Iceman?
while ensuring the safety of participants, citizen, and members of participating agencies, and return the city of Ottawa to a state of normality. And so you referenced earlier in relation to the plan that, from your understanding, all it was to continue the negotiations, essentially. that
You're
had
right,
already
Feral
taken
Agent.
place.
Rolly, the commissioner, said we got to take this seriously. No laughing or goofing around. And I'm sure he wouldn't like the smash or pass. Rolly would not go for the smash or pass.
But I don't know that objective one looks like the enforcement action that actually happened later that week.
Okay, well, I can
If they
tell you.
talk about a de-escalation, graduated, measurable, and multi-phased response, sounds like something that would take longer than the 24 to 48 hours that the enforcement action actually took on Friday and Saturday.
Well,
But
heaven forbid.
I'm no expert on this, so my lawyers are
enough.
probably glaring at me for opining on this too much.
Fair enough. Well,
I do
can
like
tell you
that
the
Chris says
experts on the plan
Trudeau is here to lead, not
and they
to
have
read. That's a great
testified that This was
catchphrase.
the plan that they were acting on the weekend of February 18th when they completed the POU operation. Would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I think evaluating various testimonies is the job of the commissioner.
Fair enough. Okay. And I just want to pull up.
You're pretty close. Well, not pretty close. You're over the end. So if you can try and wrap it up, please.
Time.
Thank you.
Rolly cutting in.
And so to circle back to the comments you provided in relation to the readiness of police plans as of the 13th, I take it you would agree with me that perhaps there was a little bit more substance to the plans than you were aware of on the 13th.
I am unable to speak to that.
Because he didn't read it.
And we've heard evidence that the Ottawa Police were required to acquire approximately 2,200 additional police officers from across the country to support this plan and to successfully complete the POU operation that occurred on the weekend of February 18th. Would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I wasn't I wasn't following that presentation of evidence, so I can't comment on that.
Fair enough. And you may have heard or not, that this
Wrap
is
it
the
up.
largest POU operation in Canadian history. Were you aware of
That I was aware of.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Those are my questions.
She was anticlimactic.
Thank you. This is a little early, 2 minutes early. We don't normally give an hour and 2 minutes for lunch, but I think today we will as a special occasion.
Thank you for your generosity.
So we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
The commission is in recess until 2 o'clock. La commission est levée jusqu'à 14 heures.
So is that an hour for lunch, is it? Or?
Yeah. And 2 minutes, an hour and 2.
Oh my God, that extra 2 minutes. Rolly. Rolly's being gracious, guys. Rolly the commissioner. Rolly the commissioner. He's giving them an extra 2 minutes for lunch. Oh, thank you, benevolent commissioner. Oh, thank God. Rolly. Oh my gosh. So, I think after lunch it's going to be the real deal. Miller Time's going to be after lunch eventually, you know. And what a joke indeed, Harry. What a joke indeed. Public hearings will resume in an hour. So, you know what? I didn't really. This was a last minute kind of stream, so I had nothing. I had no plan. I had no brand to what to do in between. But maybe we'll hunt down, see Freeland crying. Maybe we can find Christina Freeland crying. That would be great. But so far, we haven't had too much action. I'm really waiting for Miller Time to see if what he does, because he can either do really well and or crash and burn, because I've seen him do both. And, you know, it's fine. You take your shots, and sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. But he's the lawyer for the convoy.
It's his chance.
This is his chance. If he can hold his emotions together, it'll be good. That's what I'm hoping for. Let's see here. So, let's see here. If we can find, let's see here today. Oh, it's a breakdown. Oh, man, there's no clips of her almost crying specifically. But anyways, let's see here. I just found the breakdown. But let's see if we can find Global does do this kind of thing here. Let's see. Where's yesterday's stream? Oh, wait. We'll have to look at the live streams. That's the problem. There we go. 11 hours yesterday. I'm not gonna. Let's see. It's gonna be awfully hard to find when she cries.
Oh, she got a cry face on.
But we can't have it when her lawyer is there. Oh, here we go. Let's see here. Let's see how this is doing. Womp womp. So this is so today we had obviously, oh geez, that was up the whole time. I meant to have this down there. Anyways, so this is what was going on yesterday. This lady is, I forget who she's from. I think the Civil Liberties Union, so she's not exactly for Freeland. So let's see if we can find.
So my question was about how you understood the economic harms to fall within subsection,
do you know what we
C, the definition of threats to security of Canada, and C, And as I understand your explanation
Miller
is
time.
it falls within it because there's a risk that the economic harm that's being created by the protests could somehow manifest into actual threats of violence. Is that your understanding of how it falls within C?
I'm going to object to the question as phrased.
Object.
That's a legal question.
Anyways, I'll show you who.
Man with the crazy hair.
Oh my God, that was the best. To me, that's still the best clip. I forget who was even up on the stand, but the guy with all the weird hair walks up and he says, "Good evening," or "Happy birthday" to whoever was on the stand, and then they're like, I'm the lawyer for the government of Canada. And he sounded like this Tim Burton character from A Night Before Christmas, looked like one, and he's there with this raspy, creepy voice, wishing that person a happy birthday, and he's the lawyer for the government. Ew, it's very funny. Do you know what, Familiar Human? I haven't seen enough talk about that, but if anyone's going to talk about it, actually, the only person I have is this gentleman right above my head, Brendan Miller.
I was thinking about
Yeah. Put some pants on, Mr. Miller. Anyways, this is Brandon Miller. This is what we're waiting for. I know he broached the subject, but I have not heard enough about that whatsoever, to be honest. Let's see if he gets to the bottom of anything here.
I believe that, taken as a whole, the public health measures that Canada put in place were very, very important in
I
protecting
understand
the
that,
health
but
and
I'm just
safety of
I
Canadians.
only have so much time, so I'm going to cut you off there. And you'd agree with me that given that there was no regulation in place from March 2020 through January 15th, 2022, during the throes of the pandemic, there was no reason to pass one on January 15th, 2022, was there? There was no health risk.
No, I'm afraid I don't agree. In January, we had an Omicron wave. We were still fighting COVID.
Oh, were we?
And there was a real value in encouraging as many Canadians as possible to get vaccinated.
But so the purpose was to encourage Canadians to get vaccinated, to compel them to get vaccinated. Is that fair?
That's right.
All right. So that was the purpose of the regulation. That was the true purpose. It wasn't to keep people safe. It was to get them vaccinated.
I believed then, and I believe now, that creating strong incentives for Canadians to be vaccinated protected the health of vaccinated.
And the way she speaks is infuriating, how slowly she puts her words out like that. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, or I know you're not supposed to speak too quickly for the people taking the, it's not even a court, but for the person taking the records, the times. I don't know if they have a stenographer or what they have there, exactly. They haven't really seen it, but the Rolly keeps asking them to slow down so they can keep up with but this guy, the only other thing that, not the only other thing, but one of the other things that I'm interested in hearing about is the Nazi flag and who was holding that Nazi flag, who had it, and they don't want to get to the bottom of that because it's looking like it's this guy named Brian Fox who has ties with the Liberal government, and that's a problem because it makes them look like they said, because that's all they talked about on CBC in the news. Whenever they show anything about that, they show it over and over again. That one clip of the guy with the Nazi flag, it's just so the government wants to prove that that's that's not connected to them, basically. So that this is what a lot of the redactions have to do with. So this guy, Brandon Miller, he's the only one that will. Well, that's not all it has to do with, but that's sometimes it's been redacted, that information, and he's been trying to get things unredacted. And he will pose the question here in a minute, and let's see. Let's see. Okay, it's it's Root said that's how he used to talk to his kid when he was teaching how to read. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's sure, fair enough. You know what I mean? And Tony Blair talked like that too. Ew, I know who Tony Blair is. Used to be the British. British guy in charge there. What do they have? The Prime Minister, just like us. Sorry about that. Brain fog.
Canadians and protected the health of our country overall.
Okay, so from March 2020 to January 15th, 2022, did you
Canadian
feel
RAEPs,
Canadians
yep.
without having that regulation?
Let me start with one aspect of that timeline, which is obviously when COVID first hit us, vaccines didn't exist. And then
Jerome says it's the most Canadian show title I could ever imagine. Apology, Trudeau, TV marathon. Yeah, well, here's the thing. From now on, I might always. So far, the last 3 nights have been the apologies in the title. I think forever we'll now have, an apology in the title. But anyways. We'll just watch to the end of this part here with Mr. Miller time, and he leaves this off when he finishes. He does leave an impression on everybody, I dare say.
And even
this
when
is the guy who got kicked out earlier in the week, last week, and he's back. He's back, baby. But he was kicked out because he was digging too deep. He was trying to get to the bottom of things too fast, too furious. Getting Miller time right there.
vaccines arrived, it took time for them to be distributed. So, of course, vaccine mandates couldn't be put in place before vaccines existed or were made available.
So, and of course, the government, you ended up creating a vaccine compensation fund in December of 2020. Do you remember that?
What?
Yes, I do.
Right. And you're aware that Quebec had a vaccine compensation fund, and it was the only province that actually had one prior to that?
I am prepared to accept that that's the case. I can't recall specifically.
And can you agree with me that the United States has a federal vaccine compensation fund?
Again, I'm
for a long time.
prepared to accept that that's the case.
So from 1867, when Canada was founded, up until December of 2020, Canada had no federal vaccine compensation fund. Can you agree with that?
Again, I'm not an expert in the history of vaccine compensation funds in Canada.
But you can agree the first compensation fund in Canada for vaccines came about only because of the COVID vaccines, correct?
Again, I'm really not an expert in vaccine compensation funds. If the direction of the question is to suggest that the COVID vaccines are more dangerous in some way than previous vaccines we've used in Canada, I'll say one, I'm not a health expert, but I believe very much in really the advice, the effectiveness, the thoroughness of Health Canada.
Okay.
They're very good at judging
I
the
agree.
safety of vaccines.
Just
And
a
I will
second.
say,
I
I
agree.
have been vaccinated 4 times. My children have
I
been
understand,
vaccinated.
ma'am. I don't need to know that. But
She's been vaccinated 4 times.
But
I
it does
don't-
speak. It does speak to my confidence in the vaccines.
I
If I've
understand.
had
I
my
don't-
children vaccinated, it speaks.
Guys, she had her children vaccinated, and she's been vaccinated 4 times. Wow, that's quite the vaccine. That is quite the vaccine.
To my
Ma'am,
belief that they're
please
safe.
stop talking out the clock and let me ask my questions, okay? So,
Well, it's a bit of a trade-off. You make a statement and you say, do you agree? And she qualifies the answer. That's appropriate.
okay. So, ma'am, if that's the case, then did Health Canada advise you to enact this regulation?
The mandate.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not the health minister, and I'm not going to speak to specific moments that we had advice.
Okay.
But what I will say is we were very careful and thoughtful throughout COVID in the public health measures that we
Okay.
put in place and acted based on advice
Okay,
of
okay.
PHAC.
Right. And so that mandate was only in place until June of 2022, right?
Again, I can't recall the specific dates, but I'm prepared to accept
So
what you're
she don't know much. She don't know much.
saying.
We're going to move on into just another area. I take it you know who Tamara Leach is, right?
Oh, here we go.
I don't know her personally, but I have read about her.
Yeah. And you know who Chris Barber is?
Again, I don't know him personally, but I've read about him.
Yeah. And you know who Tom Marazzo is, right?
Can you say the third name?
Tom Marazzo, the gentleman over there?
I can't say that I know as much about him or I've heard as much about him.
And what about Danny Bulford? You know who he is, correct?
What was that final last name?
Danny Bulford, he used to be with the security team for the RCMP with the Prime Minister.
I'm afraid I'm not
Okay.
so familiar with that final
No,
name.
don't. Dude, she doesn't know
Tamara
anything.
Leach
Don't.
and Chris
Why would
Barber
you?
I've heard of, yes.
And when you were making your decision with respect to invoking the Emergencies Act, you'd already heard about Tamara Leach and Chris Barber.
I had heard of their names, yes.
Yeah, and there's some discussions about them in some of the records. There was issues. You knew who they were.
I had read their names in the media.
Yeah, and you knew about that before
The
you
media
invoked
which we
the
control.
Emergencies Act.
Again, I can't say 100% not having reviewed what I read, but my recollection is they were reasonably prominent, and so I think it's reasonable to think that I would have read their names.
And of course, you know Tamara Leach, she's a Canadian.
Again, I haven't familiarized myself with her biography before coming here.
Can't even answer the simplest question. You know, like Tamara Leach. Yeah, she's Canadian. Yes. Again, I don't know if she's a Russian asset. I don't know. Maybe she's one of these spies. I don't know.
She's from Alberta. Do you know that? Where you're from?
I really haven't studied about her before coming here. I want to be careful that I say things I know for sure are true. I am certainly Canadian, and I'm born in Peace River, Alberta.
Okay. Is Tamara Leach a terrorist?
In terms of designating who is a terrorist and who isn't, that is not my job as Minister of Finance or Deputy Prime Minister.
It's not her job. She has no say in who to put on the list. Oh my God.
We have authorities whose job is to do that.
Right. And so it's not your authority to designate Tamara Leach, Chris Barber, Tom Marazzo, or Danny Bulford terrorists. That's somebody else has to do that.
Yes, we have intelligence services. We have enforcement agencies whose job is to determine who is a terrorist, and
Okay,
that's
so
entirely appropriate.
Can I bring up?
Can I say one thing about that?
Yeah, just a second. If I can bring up document ssm.cam.0008764.
Yeah. You never know, Ice Man. Good chance.
001, please.
Happens quite a bit these days. The passing
You can
out.
explain that up if you want to your answer.
Oh yeah, now we want to see her handwriting. Okay, I think we're gonna get to see some of our Deputy Prime Minister's handwriting.
we can
Look at
scroll,
this. Look
down
at
to
this.
page.
This is what someone was saying earlier.
I believe.
What? What is that even?
This is a note with Dave. What page? 12? Page 12, please. And this is a note that I understand you wrote with Dave from CSIS. That's 11. And this is a meeting with Dave from CSIS.
Dave from CSIS. Let's see.
And if you scroll.
What we need a what? To act. Oh my God, these chicken scratches. That's embarrassing. Our Deputy Prime Minister. Look at that. Holy God.
Down.
Faster. What
Keep
the?
going.
Oh my God. To vegetable? To what? To vegetable this group? To designate this group as a terrorist group and seize the assets. I got some of that. Look at those scribbles. Oh my God.
Okay. And there you say that you need to designate the group as terrorists.
And seize the assets.
So, but it's not your job, but you wanted to designate them as terrorists, right?
So that handwritten note in my notebook, I can assure you that was not a meeting with the director of CSIS, with whom I didn't have a meeting.
It says, it's with David Vignon from CSIS.
It doesn't say that. It says it's with a gentleman called Dave.
Which
Which Dave? He asks. Just a guy named Dave. That's just a guy named Dave. I'm not. It's not the guy. Not the Dave from CSIS. It's the other Dave. It's just some other Dave.
Dave.
That meeting, that is not an account of
Which
a
Dave?
meeting with Dave Vigneault because I didn't have a meeting
which Dave is in
with
those
the
notes,
CSIS
ma'am?
director.
Which Dave is in those notes? What's Dave's last name?
Dave's not here, man. Dave was in the chat here earlier. Dave, you're probably not still here, but if you are still here, Dave, what did you do? Not that Dave. It's another Dave. Anyways, Dave's not here, man. So, yeah, this is what we're dealing with. This is borderline the Darrell Brooks case. He's like, I don't consent that this is. Oh, look, Dave, it was me all along, guys. Look, in the chat, we have the one and only Dave. Unironically here, in the chat. What did you do? Dave and Buster's, exactly. I mean, so is she going to give the last name of this gentleman? Let's find out. Not a chance.
I need to see my whole notebook that you're referring to, but I can tell you for certain.
It only says Dave.
I can tell you for certain that I did not have a meeting during this time with the CSIS director.
Okay, so
I can exclude that 100%.
So we're not going to ask we're not going to really try to find out who this Dave is? Oh, we have him in the chat here, but geez, you're getting away with murder, Dave. What? You're the...
I'm just going to, this isn't a document, I don't need to bring it up, but
there we go.
You stayed in the House, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite has just used the bad apple excuse. She has excused the desecration of the national. Yes?
Something that the Deputy Prime Minister said in the House.
Yep.
There's an objection there for parliamentary privilege.
This is a parliamentary commission. There is no parliamentary privilege.
It does exist. Parliamentary privilege
absolutely,
does exist.
It does exist, but because this is a report to Parliament
Panicking.
pursuant to the case I gave you earlier, McIver, it doesn't apply. You can actually ask all of it because we're carrying out a parliamentary function and there's no liability here. It's just a report to Parliament, and the Federal Court of Appeal has agreed.
I'm not aware of that.
I gave you the McIver case quite a while ago when we talked about the objections.
Look at the
And
shiftiness.
Yeah, it's there.
Well, that's
The shifty eyes.
referring to so that we know what he's talking about, so we can understand the parliamentary.
This is
privilege
just a statement from the Deputy Prime Minister in the House. And Mr. Speaker, the members opposite, this is what it says.
Here we go.
Use just the bad apples excuse. She has excused the declaration.
I think we're going to have to sort this out because I don't think at this stage, and I apologize, I'm not as familiar with you as you are about that case, and clearly the Crown is not either, the government, so I think we're going to have to find that. So I'd like you to hold that
Okay, I'll come back to
question.
it. But you do recall, ma'am, that you had expressed concerns publicly with respect to desecration to national monuments. Is that fair?
I'm going to
Ottawa?
need advice from my counsel on whether things I said in Parliament I should be speaking about.
Okay,
I heard this yesterday and I lost my mind. Anything that's said in Parliament should be up for grabs for talking. I don't understand what I don't understand what the problem is. Oh my God.
Here, I'll move on. It's okay. So one of the things that happened during the protest in Ottawa dealt with the national monument, the Terry Fox statue. Do you remember reading about that?
I do. Yes, I do remember the Terry Fox statue. I remember discussing it with my children.
Yeah,
They were
and-
very upset.
Yeah, and there.
Her children were very upset that they put a sign on Terry Fox that said "Mandate Freedom" with a Canadian flag on them during the protest. Can you imagine? Her kids were upset. I don't believe you, ma'am. I'm pressing X to doubt. I'm calling Diaz. I don't believe it. Your kids weren't upset. How old are they? Did you make them upset? Did you make your kids sad? Listen, don't do that. Don't do that, Miss Freeland. Mrs. What's up, Frozo? We were on break from the one and only, the great Castro Jr. testifying at the Emergency Measures Act. We have another half hour before it goes back on the stage. Yeah, he put in the work. The Prime Minister is putting in the work. today, taking those questions, but he got grilled. But we're still waiting for Miller time. This gentleman here, that's going after the Freeland. Her name, ironically, Freeland, which she is trying to squash, mocking us right to our face, trying to make it not such a free land. Anyway, so this is the last day of this. Hope you're having a good day there, Mr. Frozen, Mr. Frozo.
There was, in that Terry Fox statute, they put a hat on Terry Fox's head and then put a flag in his arm. And then there was a mandate freedom sign on it.
I don't remember specifically how the Terry Fox statue was implicated in this, but I do remember reading about it, and I remember it specifically because my children were aware of it and were upset.
Right. And so I went online and I just looked at how many times someone's done that to that statute, and it seems to be hundreds. So I'm just going to put this one to you. If someone puts an LGBTQ flag on the Terry Fox statute and flowers in the statute, is that a desecration?
I am not going to go into, I really don't think it's my job or helpful for Canadians for me to go into a discussion of what is okay and not okay.
Oh no? So then what's the big deal with the flag and the hat and the mandate freedom sign on on Terry Fox? If you're not in the business of it's not up to you to decide this or that, fine. Oh yes, of course, Frozen. Happy belated American Thanksgiving. Indeed. It's still going on. Yeah, it's still going on. Some people, it's just getting started. They have the whole thing here.
But you said it was a desecration when you've called it a desecration.
Bart Simpson cut the head off. Now that would be news.
In public, that was what you were referring to, based on what was put on the statute. So is it fair to say that it's only a desecration to you if you don't agree with the message?
Yes, that's exactly what the problem is. That's exactly what's going on. But there's no way that she's going to admit that whatsoever.
Again, you've made a couple of leaps beyond anything that I've said.
That's okay. It's the public record. With respects to, you had said you had concerns for violent actions and interactions with respect to protesters, and I take it that was nationally? You had concerns nationally?
He does.
Or was it just Ottawa?
He does look a little bit like Pink Trip, doesn't he? Without the hair gel, I believe, if I had to guess, without the hair gel. And that this is part of the problem, and not has nothing to do with Pink Trip. Let me digress. Part of the problem that he's bringing up right now is that they enacted this national emergency like it was a problem all over the country, and that's the big joke, and that's the disingenuous thing. It was not every province didn't have. It wasn't a threat to the country, and so he's trying to hit her up there.
I described in my testimony a moment ago 2 specific areas where I had concern. I was worried about the potential for conflict between angry people in Ottawa and the occupation. Can I finish the answer? Because I have something to add. And as I said in my earlier testimony, and I believe the mayor of Windsor shared this concern, I was concerned about the possibility of that kind of a conflict in Windsor. And I was concerned about the situation in Coutts, which we heard about at the IRG on this Saturday.
Okay, so, but with respect to the interaction with protesters, I don't know if you heard the testimony of the mayor there, but he said that 75% of his small town supported the blockades and that many of the properties have F. Trudeau flags all over them. So you wouldn't have concern with that specific protest, would you?
My reference to Coutts just now was very specific. At the IRG on Saturday, the 12th of February, the RCMP commissioner raised with us the possibility that there were weapons there. And that was a source of great concern.
Right, and so you can agree that police investigate weapons offenses all over the country every day.
Again, I'm not a police expert, but that seems like a reasonable common sense observation.
So simply because the police know a weapon is somewhere, you can agree with me it's not a national emergency.
Yeah.
The concern about a single weapon somewhere in Canada, and as you say, I think that one weapon being investigated somewhere in Canada, if that were to happen today, certainly.
Right, and you're testifying.
Certainly what? Certainly that wouldn't be a national concern? Yeah, okay. God dang.
Earlier about what you viewed as, ensuring that we as Canadians have a good international reputation so that people come to our country and want to do
weaponized feeding the homeless as well, Carrie. Yeah.
I was very concerned about.
Okay, and I take it when you consider those sort of things, you look at various reports, and I'm sure you look at various indexes, and I'm sure you look at the Transparency International Index. Is that fair?
I am familiar with the Transparency International Index, but I haven't looked at it recently.
Okay. Well, since 2019, we've began to fall. All right? And we have now come down out of the top 10, and it continues to decline. So can you agree with me that
Here we
Canada
go.
not being transparent hurts our relationship internationally?
She does not want to agree with this at all. She does not want to agree. But she kind of has to, but she won't.
I have to say that I disagree with the premise of the question.
How?
I think Canada is a very transparent democracy. And in fact, the commission that we're part of right now is a part of Canadian transparency.
Right.
That's why it's important.
And on that point, if I told you that there is a whole bunch of unlawfully redacted documents that we've been fighting over and
Here we
waiting
go.
for an order just to get them today, and we haven't had them for this whole proceeding, do you think that's transparent?
Again, and with apologies, I can't agree with the premise of the question. I think that, but what I can say is, I think that the fact that this commission exists, that these hearings are being held, that they're public, is really important for Canada and is a measure of Canadian transparency.
Right. And one of your concerns,
Here we go.
Of course, with transparency and our reputation,
I think we're coming near the end
was
here.
that you would want your government to be as transparent as possible, right?
Again,
How is that not a yes?
I do believe that transparency and accountability are important, but I also recognize that cabinet confidentiality in many issues needs to be preserved for a reason. And, there are areas where transparency is not appropriate, and I recognize that as well.
Okay. Can you agree with me if, anytime it comes out that the Canadian government has misled Canadians on something, it really hurts our international reputation, doesn't it?
I think that the Canadian government should always seek not to mislead Canadians.
Right.
First and foremost, because that's wrong, and that is not the way we should treat Canadians.
And in the many statements that have been said by all the politicians in this matter, one of the main things they talked about, and Justin Trudeau did particularly on the following the first weekend of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, was these horrible, the Nazi flag and all those things that people saw in Ottawa.
Here we go.
You heard him say that?
Again, I have to say, prior to coming here, I have not specifically reviewed specific statements of the Prime Minister. If you want to point to a specific one, maybe we could discuss it.
And you'd agree if it turned out those flags were linked to your government. That would look really bad for our international reputation, wouldn't it?
Based on some
Okay, next, if I could call on the CCLA, please.
Pissed. So that was great. So because basically he's insinuating that Brian Fox is a guy linked with the Liberal government that was the guy with the flag there, and that's all redacted. All the information is redacted. So he. So there you go. That was the big mic drop from Miller Time yesterday. I know it's not so exciting. It's Canadian politics. What are you going to do? But so we have that going on. So beautiful. Let's see. The public hearing is still on lunch, I dare say. Of course, this is what we're dealing with at the moment. Yes, it will be back in a half an hour or so for that. And so I have to say, I don't know whether to keep on going here or just come back in a half an hour. Maybe I can, I don't know, play something here. In the meantime, I didn't have anything brought up per se. But, oh yes, I just subscribed to Legal Latino on Rumble. Hey, shout out to Fat Cack Boy. Thank you for getting me to... I should be doing this on Rumble, but I don't know, I kind of pussied out. Let's see here. So, oh, wait, I know. I know what we're going to see if we can watch. Some of, it was Thanksgiving. Let's see here. Let's see where I can find a day ago. Here we go. I know you guys love food streams, so I figured why not? If you want to see, let's see here. If you want to see someone cook up some grub, oh man, where is it though? Well, either way, I captured it. Captured it myself, so
To be able to be thankful.
not this. Where? Oh. So let's see here. There we go. This will bring us up. See, do I have to? Okay. So, indeed, it was American Thanksgiving, as we all know, and happy Black Friday. That's right. Oh, today's Friday. That's right. So we got Chicken Andy, and this weekend I hear all about American Thanksgiving quite a bit this weekend, or this week I should say. And I thought to myself, I wonder how IP2 is doing up their Thanksgiving, and so why don't we check in with Chicken Andy and the RV and Mondo and see how they're up to. See what they're up to, how they're doing. Oh.
Ooh. Okay. I think we can make it work.
Oh, can we?
Okay.
So. Okay, guys, I'm going to leave you with this for a few minutes, okay? I just need to, take a quick break, and then we'll get back on. I'll leave you guys watching this big mess.
I think the automatic igniter doesn't work. That's it. Don't need an igniter when we got a fucking lighter. That's how we blow up. It's actually how we dead shit.
Yo, where the fuck's Mondo with the fucking turkey? Oh, fuck him up. Hours?
To melt the butter?
If I send you to go grab the butter, are you gonna take for hours?
Can I get an hour and a half?
Dude, just grab the butter.
Let me, do we have a little pot to melt the butter?
No.
So let me go grab
just-
my cooking.
Okay. Got 1 hour. I'm gonna start prepping this bitch right now. Oh yeah, wash my hands. Yeah, I've never prepped a turkey before, but I bought a lot of things yesterday so we can season it. So we got salt, onion powder, leaves, basil, basil. We got basil. I don't know what this is. Oh, that's strong. Poultry. Ground blacks, I think. Peppers. 2 chicken broths, because we're gonna marinate the bitch in chicken broth. A thing. This. Some instructions. Made in USA. We can just look at the pictures. I think those are oranges. Plan was get the turkey. Okay, turkey. Okay. Oh, damn. Chat, what do I do? Chat, what do I do? What should I do? What do I do? I got a knife. Knife. I never opened this before. Ooh, ew, it just flicked all over my face. Yep. Oh my god, that's gross.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to see if you had gloves or not. Dude.
I don't have gloves, dude.
Alright.
Fuck, I probably should be wearing some.
That's why I literally washed my hands for this.
You wash your hands?
Yeah, I promise.
Okay, here.
Oh my god, that's nasty looking, dude.
What the fuck is this, dude?
Yo, shout out to our moms for being ballsy enough to fucking handle dead birds.
Oh,
Right?
ooh. The sauce.
Oh.
What the fuck? It has a pin in it.
I'm probably not supposed to touch that. Oh well. Alright, let me get up in the mix.
Yo, what the fuck? Is that stuffing already? There's stuffing in it.
No, that's just for the inside. Alright, let me, we're gonna have to get the water situation going. We're gonna need running water to wash it down.
Well, here, I'll run the water. Ready?
Yeah. Let's, well, I don't wanna fucking wash it right back into this.
What the fuck do you got? Here, you ever done this before?
No. Have you?
No.
Let's go, dude.
My hands are dirty. You don't want to.
Oh, fuck it. Lonesome Thanksgivings are gonna really teach us. Yeah, that shit's dirty as fuck.
Ooh.
God, dude, what the fuck?
How do you do this shit?
Bruh.
Here, put it in the bag. Put it in the bag.
Yeah, we gotta get all this shit in the bag. Hey, dude, actually, this is perfect to hold it to rinse it out. Dude, come on, let's rinse it like this.
Here,
Let's dump this out just in case so we can hold it under the turkey.
I'm working on it. Okay. Well, the camera.
Dump it right here?
No, come towards me. Come towards me. Walk towards me. Because then we can.
That side?
Yeah, the water will be on this side. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, hold on, let me dump this.
Just fuck the.
I don't want that in there, dude.
Don't hold the tray. You don't need to hold the tray.
Go.
Get it all over my shoes.
Yeah, no.
Is that his dick? What the fuck is that thing?
Shut the fuck up.
Is that his dick?
That is the dick.
That dude, you just stroked the dick. That's his dick, bro. That's a big dick.
What the fuck? This guy gave us a dick turkey, dude. I thought turkeys don't have dicks.
That's a big fucking dick.
That's a bigger dick than us, dude. Alright, let's get the inside real quick. Let me get my finger in there.
Dude, get your fucking hands out of my turkey.
Dude, you gotta clean the inside, you fucking tard. You gotta literally clean the inside. Alright, that's it. Now we need another tray.
No, we just fucking.
So rinse that tray.
Rinse this, yeah, I only have one fucking tray. I don't know why you put the tray underneath.
Dude, just in case I drop the fucking turkey, dude.
Oh my god. Alright, it's good.
Oh, you wanna do it on that side?
No, you can come back over here, I think. Fuck. Yo, show them the fucking.
Why did you give us a fucking turkey with a dick, dude?
Dude, check out that fucking dick. Never enough cock.
Yo, why did we get hit with a turkey with a dick, dude?
That's not his head because the wings are there.
Yeah, the head is over there, dude.
What the fuck? Look at that dick on that bitch. Holy
He's got a
shit.
bigger dick than both of us. Excuse me.
Well, that's subjective.
Hey, man, shut up.
It's not even raw, dude. That's perfect. You can throw that bitch in right now. Put it on high.
You don't want to do that. You're going to take out all the juices.
Oh my god. What are you doing?
Getting this shit up, dude. What the fuck you mean? What am I doing?
Just cook it. What's that? Is that rope?
No, you gotta dry the turkey, dude. You can't just fucking throw it in there. We need a trash bag, dude. Set the stream up real quick and go get a trash bag.
Just throw it in this fucking grill.
Oh, dude, that's not how it works.
Okay.
Chat, never have I ever done this shit. Trash bag.
Content overload sent $3. You were supposed to leave the pin in the turkey. That's the pop-up timer.
Oh,
Remove giblets, first neck and internal organs, including heart, liver, gizzard. It is important to remove these before cooking your bird.
We got you.
Oh yeah, you dumbass. Why did you remove the pin? Go back. There we go.
So there we go. Yes, unfortunately, the lovely assistant is lying down.
That's not
That
it.
drink affected her, so she's having a little lie down, just relaxing. She's all good though. So, anyways, let's see here. Hope you've been enjoying Chicken Andy and Mondo trying to get Thanksgiving dinner together. It looks like they're having a good time. Look, it's all about togetherness, right? So they're together, enjoying each other's time.
Inside, dude. That's why it took long, dude. I was trying to watch how to fucking properly do this shit.
It's all about the spirit of Thanksgiving, spending time with your friends and loved ones.
I mean, shit like
And,
this. Fuck it. Oh, here's a hole. Oh, there's a hole. We found the hole.
And that's what's going on. And grossness.
thank you, chat.
Oh my goodness.
There, boom. We got it back in there.
Fuck yeah.
Complete
That's
grossness.
something Casey would say. Fuck yeah.
Got you, bro.
See here.
Chad got
We're
is
still
cook-
on break. The
No,
commission
you
to get
gotta fucking
another
leave it on. What
15
the fuck?
minutes.
You cooked the whole fucking bird, dude.
No, because
Yes.
those are lights.
Dude, you cooked the whole fucking thing, dude. When the fuck have you seen a damn turkey just cooked with like legs on the side?
What?
I usually
Let me
just play
see.
video games.
I get you. I usually just sit in my car and stream my face.
Are you sure he's supposed to leave the legs? I got the knife out.
Yeah, you're
for you.
supposed to leave it, dude.
What are you
That
doing?
all comes later, dude.
It does. It seems very sanitary, doesn't it?
There's not gonna be any fucking food left.
Dude, you want to eat guts? Plus, you gotta dry the inside of the bird, dude. I'm being for real. Like, chat, is it true or not that you gotta dry the actual inside? You gotta pat it dry.
Oh
with
my
a
God.
Paper towel.
Ladies God, Mondo. Familiar human, can you, a brief synopsis of what IP2 is. He's out of the loop. Well, IP2 is basically this website where it's kind of handy in a way that it's laid out. It's a website where if you're a streamer that goes outside basically and does IRL streaming, you know, kind of out in the world, usually that's the thing that they have in common. But it's basically it's just you go to IP2, it's this website, and there's a list of whoever's live. There's a list of like 100 streamers, and there's like 5 to 10 on at any given time, so depending on what time of the day it is. So it's just a bunch of these guys who, for the most part, they just go out and they try to cause a scene and just kind of stir up some kind of, scenario where they can get donations for. They go with a speaker on, and then they'll get donations to try to basically, get them into fights or confrontations, or maybe they don't even need the speaker. Maybe they just go out and do it anyway. But that's basically what IP2 is, and I got into it with this from back when this guy named Carl was, that was my first guy that I kind of got interested in, and then, it's a whole bunch of them after that, but that's the basic idea. Being trash is the most common factor. Yeah, sure. It's basically a bunch of degenerates, that just like drink and do drugs and go on camera, basically. That's basically the common factor. It's true, Kyle. There is that. I poop too, Matt says. It's true. Everybody. Who doesn't? So, but anyways, either way, I do enjoy some of the stuff sometimes because, who doesn't love seeing, people doing goofy shit? And, yeah, it's true. It started out somehow with Ice Poseidon, and that was a little before my time, to be honest. I really didn't get into it until a few years ago, and Ice Poseidon is more than a few years ago, I guess. So, but either way, Chicken Andy, this gentleman right here, has been on our show before. I did a song for him, not one of my better songs, I have to say, but regardless. But Chicken is what I would call a friend of the show, on the internet. And same with, say, like Nanobot has been on the show, and, rest in peace, Johnny Boston, yeah. So I felt like I've infiltrated the IP2 world just enough, just to, have some fun with them, but not get too, I don't want to, like, join the fun that much. Like, I don't want to hop in an RV and go anywhere with these guys. But, let's see here. No, we still got some time, I think. Let's see here. Let's just make sure. I got to make sure. I don't want to miss a moment. Let's see. Did Prime Minister... Okay, there's a poll. There's a poll in this, the hearing thing. Let's see. Where's that? Ooh. 84% say, yes, you went too far with the emergency measures. Okay, I was just checking back to see. But anyways, let's watch some more of this here.
You're the ones with the...
Oh yeah, Gucci. I'm sorry, I can't forget Gucci's Mr. Ottis, of course. That's one of my favorites, of course. Oh my God. And hello, dare sir.
With the proven time record of cooking birds. Being a bird and making birds.
Hey ladies, you gotta clean my insides? Or dry my insides a little bit?
We should almost be done with this.
I gotta be honest, I don't have the finished product of this. I don't know how they did with the turkey. I couldn't find, if they cooked it.
Wait, yeah, dry my insides a little bit. Drain me out.
So we got this. We got a...
Oh, that's disgusting.
So, let's go ahead and dump this. Rinse this out for me real quick. All right, I got that. Let's do me a favor, just put a piece.
That was a great rinsing, chicken.
Yeah. If you dry it, or just put the piece of paper towel. Perfect.
Yeah, get that paper towel. It's been sitting out on the dusty table with a bunch of wood chips.
No. I'm gonna leave that there for a second. I gotta start this real quick.
Hey, what's up, CK? How you doing? You're
for helping out
Dude, I wish we had a fucking bigger table.
you're just in time to see some IP2 Thanksgiving cooking, just before we get back to Trudeau there at the Emergency Commission. That's unfortunately this is the break in the storm, but we are getting back to Trudeau very soon. We're not missing a minute. And oh, Matt, wouldn't that be amazing if they had the turkey on their head? And Mondo specifically, I'd love to see Mondo with the chicken on his head going around, even though I don't know if it would fit. He's got such a big head. But Mondo would be either way, it'd be funny, chicken or Mondo. But what is going on? Anyways, Familiar Human asks, is the motorhome run? Well, there's two of them there, and apparently one of them does run, and one of them doesn't. And one of them has insurance, and one of them doesn't, Chicken was saying. So I guess one of them do. Did we, let me see here. We didn't even, did I miss it? I think I hit play, and then, did we see him trying to light the stove? Oh my god, that was terrifying when he was trying to light it up.
I have a lighter too, dude, but it should be lighting up on its own.
I got you. The lighter's still a part of survivalist shit.
I know. And I have one.
Trying to get the pot going on that little, look at the little camping stove he has, little propane. It's cute. He's gonna get the stovetop going. He's gonna get the stovetop.
Shout out to JetBlue for helping us make Thanksgiving possible.
The chicken stovetop. No, Matt, they're not gonna use that for the turkey. They have the RV oven. Matt, what are you out of your mind? They would never even consider that. They're gonna use the oven that can barely hold the turkey to cook it.
What I do need is like a fork or something.
He did squeeze it in. He did squeeze. I did see him squeeze the turkey in. Later on here, we'll see that much. Getting it in the stove.
It's gonna burn the butter. You're gonna belt
in the oven.
Burn the butter.
It's got ceramic, dude. It's not gonna burn. This is literally like a fucking high-end pot, dude. It's not gonna burn.
Isn't that my thermostat?
Hmm?
What the fuck is that milk thing?
That's from my coffee press. Do you have like a brush or anything to like brush the
Yeah,
butter on?
I don't think it's gonna be that great in the oven of the RV, the little oven that can barely hold it. I dare say it might take days. Speaking of which, let's. What is he doing over here?
Shit! So anonymous with 10.
So this is the kitchen.
Retards. This is so funny. What the fuck?
Anonymous sent $10. Have a nice Thanksgiving, retards. Smiley face. This is so funny.
Oh, get the utensils, baby. Let's see. Just going through all this shit. You found a phone in there? Bunch of dirty crap. Oh, we got Johnny Cash playing, so let's, we got a brush. Let's see here. Let's see if we can miss the Johnny Cash. I love Johnny Cash, but don't get me wrong.
Not spend Thanksgiving without people that we care about in life, you know? So
I'm doing this for the stream this year. Usually I don't.
Familiar Human. I'm not exactly sure where they are. I think that they're on somebody's land that shows up later. You know that there's some guy letting them stay on their land or hang out in their land. Forget how it went, but
okay. So like last year, I spent it with my family.
We're doing this because you wanted to share like a cool day between us, dude.
No.
The fuck am I cooking butter in my $80 pot food, bro?
Because like I have the
$80 pot.
I didn't stream last year's.
I'm not even streaming, dude. That's fucked.
You want to stream?
I should, but no.
Stream when we get to the people's.
Okay.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Nice stirring with the little knife, the knife tip.
I'm very thankful to have Mondo as a friend. Way better than AK.
Nah, but I'm glad. I'm glad that we met up. You know, even though it's.
I don't know, Matt. Public land. I don't know. I think it's someone's private land because I think that they're staying on it. And he comes up right up to them and starts groping them, and they're like, "Oh, this is our host." The guy seems kind of like an Andy Dick type.
I spent a lot of gas money to get over here and join you. So.
Okay, let's see. I want to see them put that in the oven. Are we going to get to see that? Or is that... Oh my god, we don't get to see that? I am astonished.
Freezing.
And did you see when Chicken earlier was going through and he called it pool try? The poultry seasoning? He's like, oh, it's pool try. Anyways.
Maybe I shouldn't have used the butter.
Why?
Because it's so stuck.
It's true.
Thank you, Norm.
It's true, Matt. It does sound like it's just this kind of like weird place where it's like, "Ooh, come to my land." We have no rules here. I mean, not for you anyway, or not for me anyway, I should say. The host has no rules.
Yeah.
You can stay here, but you know the deal. And then they play Adam Sandler's Christmas song. We don't need to hear that. Okay. So let's, I did actually have one more. Let's see if this is the...
To be able to be thankful. You pour the broth in here and let...
Really? I would have sworn I saw them shoving it in the oven. I guess not. Anyways, they did shove the turkey in the oven. But, I don't know. I didn't see it come out. Let's put it that way. So, oh wait, I had that on anyways. Beautiful. So this is what we're waiting for. It should be back any second now. In 5 minutes, we should be back at the public hearings. And hopefully we get to Miller time. Oh, excuse me. So what we want is Brandon Miller to come in and ask the Prime Minister some hard questions. We want him to hit him up, ask him, why is the guy carrying the Nazi flag associated with your government? Why? Did CSIS not think it was necessary to enact the Emergency Measures Act? Why? Mr. Prime Minister, did you trample old ladies with horses? Why, Mr. Prime Minister? Let's get Miller time up in here. His son Hunter, Trippy Cast, wrong country. I love it. Trudeau's kids are, may or may not be his own. I'm just joking. He is known to be quite the cuck, though. And how to do there, Trippy? Good day, sir. God, we have the same shit, though. I mean, when you joke about Hunter, but we have the same, other than the, age thing and whatever. We got the same. It's unfortunate that we have the crazy nonsense. As far as I'm concerned, usually when you guys have a conservative president, we have a liberal prime minister, and vice versa. When you have a Democratic, a Democrat in the White House, we'll have a conservative up here. As rare as it happens anymore, but. Oh my God, is there such a thing? Let's see here. I will look that up and see if I don't recall that. Spoiler-free review of The Last Jedi. Oh my God. Okay, well, let's is that Sophie? When was this? This was so long ago, I'm sure, because they haven't been together. Yeah, 4 years. Sounds about right. So let's see. No, it's The Last Jedi.
To admit, yesterday I had a pretty extraordinary day as well, an extraordinary evening, hit a real milestone in my life, and it had to do with Star Wars.
You know I married a geek, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, you did. That's true.
But he makes cute babies. It's okay.
So, yes, I did get to see Star Wars.
Ew, what was that? And what, is she kind of based? he makes cute babies. What? What? Sophie for the white race? Yeah.
You know I married a geek, right? But he makes cute babies. It's okay.
Look at that. What is that face? Based. There we go. That's, yeah. I like it. That's pretty good. So, there you go. New rule.
So, yes, I did get to see Star Wars The Last Jedi yesterday afternoon with our two oldest kids and a whole bunch of kids from CHIO and Boys and Girls Club. It was a wonderful thing. No spoilers, but it was a great movie. And of course, when we got home, Sophie said, "So, was it violent?" I said, "It's Star Wars. There was no blood. Don't worry about it." And she says, "Well, was there, killing and stuff?" I'm like, "Well, it's Star Wars."
But it ended well because I looked at the kids and we were just about to head out for an event and they were in their PJs and we were just getting ready and I said, "All right, but tell me what you learned. What did you learn about the movie, about watching it?" And there was...
What was the moral of the story?
Right.
I'm like, it's Star Wars.
Hey, careful. There is a moral to it. So there was a little silence and the kids looked up at me. I mean, think about it. 8 and 9 years old, and Hadrian's looking up like, huh? And they said, well, yeah, there is a moral. It's something like, don't fight against the things that you hate. We got to save the things and protect the things we love.
Based. Sophie Trudeau, what? What? Holy based. I think the wrong Trudeau is prime minister. I think Sophie should be prime minister. Look at that. Base, yeah. Don't fight against what you hate, but don't fight against what you hate, but embrace what you love. Yeah. I like that. Let me hear it one more time just to get it right.
It's something like, don't fight against the things that you hate. We got to save the things and protect the things we love.
Conserve. That's right. We got to conserve. We got to be a little more conservative, Sophie. That's what Sophie's trying to say. It's like, Justin, could you be a little more conservative? My pussy's drying up over here. I need you to be a little bit more of a man. Stop watching Star Wars. Well, it's with the kids, I guess. It's okay. Anyways, there you go. There's that. But oh look, let's see. Oh wait, oh my goodness, guys, it's back. Oh, we're gonna have to take this back just a minute. Here, let's see here. Here, let's see, guys.
Towing services, and if they had convinced you that the laws in Canada were sufficient to deal with the protests.
So let's see who this is. Just want to make sure we know who this is. Took it back like a minute.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
On est prêt?
Are we ready? Perfect. The next group.
The government of Alberta, please.
So this is from the government of Alberta. Their lawyer.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. You were asked this morning if any of the first ministers could have said or done anything to change your mind about the Emergencies Act. And I understood your evidence to be yes, if one of them had said they had alternate tools and they thought it would end the situation, if they had figured out how to obtain towing services, and if they had convinced you that the laws in Canada were sufficient to deal with the protests. Is that a correct understanding?
It would have had to have been more than one of them, but yes, this was a national emergency we were facing. But if there was compelling reasons why the Emergencies Act wasn't necessary, it certainly would have given me pause.
Thank you. You would agree that this is the very reason why proper and adequate consultation is so important and, in fact, required under the Emergencies Act?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay. Don't you agree then that giving the first ministers advance notice and time to prepare would have allowed the first ministers to share with you the details and the input that you indicated to the commission would be important to your decision making?
Throughout the 2 weeks, 3 weekends leading up to those conversations, we had many engagements with the provinces officials, ministers, and indeed there was a letter from the province of Alberta asking for exactly that, help with tow truck resources. So they felt very strongly that the federal government needed to step up with extra tools and extra support so that they could get those vehicles towed from Coutts. So there was engagement with the provinces throughout, and we were certainly all talking about what would be needed to put an end to these occupations and blockades.
And certainly there's been a lot of evidence before this commission about how Alberta solved the tow truck problem, so I won't get into that. But you would agree that none of the engagement you had with the provinces discussed at all the use of the Emergencies Act and whether it was necessary in the provinces.
The consultation on the use of the Emergencies Act needed to center around what we'd actually do with the act. If I had consulted with the premiers early on without saying these are the 6 things we would do with the Emergencies Act, their first question would be, okay, you might want to do this Emergencies Act, but what are you going to do with it? What powers will you be giving yourself?
Yeah, well, she's a lawyer for for Alberta, and no one in Alberta likes him. So she's trying to make it look like Alberta, did everything they could, or that he was overreaching. So yeah, she's definitely going to roast him. And I don't know, Trippy. Maybe she looks like she's probably, I don't think she's wearing any pants. She's there, just bottoms out. I'm guessing right now.
The Emergencies Act.
I will put to you that the way the First Minister's meeting was arranged, which was a short notice invitation with no indication of the topic of discussion, meant that the discussions you did have with the First Ministers could not possibly provide you with the details that you needed to consider.
I disagree.
In your evidence today, you said that at the First Minister's meeting, you heard Premier Kenney say there was a plan for Coutts, but that you had heard that before and you were not convinced that morning that it would be put to use. Is that correct?
Yes.
No, I had no reason to doubt Premier Kenney's goodwill and hopes that Coutts would be resolved soon. But I also knew that Coutts had been in place for, at that point, 3 weeks. There had been an ebb and a flow. There were moments where traffic was let through, moments where
Did he just say Coutts went on for 3 weeks? I don't think that's true at all. I'm pretty sure that Coutts did not last that long.
Preoccupation we had that even
not as well versed on Coutts as I am Ottawa, but
there were good chances that it would be cleared in the coming moments. There was going to be a continued challenge to hold open that area given the current context.
Yeah, Rhinestone. I mean, Alberta is like Texas, but I mean, it's where the hearts came from, baby.
At the IRG the afternoon previous, which you were present at, that there was going to be enforcement action at Coutts, correct?
Yes, it was something that we had been monitoring for a while. It would turn out that the RCMP who had intended to do enforcement action as the provincial police force many days, if not a week before.
No, it's Coutts is an old Coutts, Trippy.
Genuine concerns around officer safety and the presence of significant numbers of weapons.
Coutts, Alberta, they claim they found weapons that were going to be used against you, but it's hard to believe, I don't know. It's
hoping was going to happen, certainly
like a
hoping
Fed
was going to
operation to
happen
me.
peacefully, but it was something that we had been hoping would happen for a while.
Yes, certainly, because what we saw was that the actions at Coutts changed from public order policing activity into a criminal investigation. And around 8 p.m. on the night of the 13th, Commissioner Lucky emailed Minister Mendocino and Jody Thomas and advised them that the RCMP had an enforcement plan ready for execution and that they were indeed on the cusp of enforcement in Coutts. And that proved to be true, correct?
Yes, it did. That was good news that it was true, yes.
So then why were you doubtful when Premier Kenney told you that he believed the situation had been secured and the RCMP would now proceed with broader arrests and secure the porter, when exactly what you had been told the night before about RCMP enforcement did in fact happen?
We had been told throughout the process, throughout these weeks, that things were about to happen. Sometimes they happened, sometimes they didn't, and not just at Coots, but elsewhere. So there was an understanding that inevitably things were more difficult than well, reality is always more difficult than plans. It was good news that the province was able to clear, but I will
Reality
also
is
say
always more difficult than plans. I don't know about always. Depends what is the reality and what is the plan.
In part with resources drawn from British Columbia. And one of the things that Premier Horgan attested to or said in that meeting was he understands it's a national emergency. He understands and agreed with our use of things, but he was very concerned that even as he was worried about what was happening at the Surrey border crossings, as he was worried about convoy activity in the interior, in other parts of BC, he had to give up a number of police officers to help with enforcement in Alberta. And while, yes, it was good news that Alberta looked like it was going to be resolved,
there's a poll for you.
There was a constant challenge that the whack-a-mole challenge that was brought up in other contexts that things kept coming back. And we had a level of concern that even if one place was resolved, the threat environment, the concerns we had were going to replicate themselves elsewhere.
And you understood that the police, the extra RCMP officers that were brought into Alberta were, of course, brought in under the Provincial Police Service Agreement,
Yes.
not under any powers created under the Emergencies Act.
No, because they were brought in well before the Emergencies Act. But it did go to the challenge facing being a national emergency when we see police. Well, when we saw the police action in Ottawa at the end of that week, it drew on police members from forces spread across Ontario and beyond.
God.
The Emergencies Act didn't change that, though.
It facilitated that. It facilitated that.
It didn't create police officers.
No,
Correct.
but it highlighted that you couldn't just look at one place and say, oh, we have enough resources to fix in this one place. It was a broad challenge across the country at the same time.
I don't know if he said whack-a-mole, but Freeland used the word whack-a-mole yesterday, that's for sure. And he does use a lot of words to say nothing.
But it wasn't sufficient to say, oh, great, there's no more national emergency.
All right, I'm going to put to you the fact that you did have evidence that the laws in the provinces were sufficient to handle the blockades. And I'll give you two examples. One is that the Windsor Police, along with the OPP, cleared the blockade and the Ambassador Bridge was reopened before you made your decision, correct?
Yes, with the caveat that a lot of the people who were leaving the Ambassador Bridge were purportedly headed towards the Sarnia crossing or the Fort Erie crossing, meaning
reports.
that there were still real concerns that
Possible.
even
There were
as
concerns,
we settled things in
senses,
one
possibilities,
place,
what
the
ifs,
rhetoric across the
could
country
have,
and the
these things could have
online
happened.
activity indicated that people were not going home, but they were looking for the next thing they could engage with.
Right, so the police powers were able to deal with the problem, correct? They were able to clear the blockade.
They were able
Yes.
to clear lanes at that moment, yes, in that spot.
Okay.
But there was
And
a
of
real
course-
concern there would be more.
Right.
All right. See you later, Trippy man. You take her easy.
The other example is
We'll probably be
Coots,
here
where the RCMP
much
were
later.
able
I
to
don't know.
safely conduct a criminal investigation, execute search warrants, and make arrests. Correct?
Yes.
I'm at least waiting until
Protesters
it's
in
Miller
Coots
time.
indicated to RCMP
I'll end
that
it
they
after
wanted
Miller
to leave
time.
the protest
Anytime
because
after
they didn't
Miller.
want to be associated with the criminal elements uncovered. Correct?
I can't speak to what their intent was.
Okay. We've heard evidence in this commission, so the commission knows what one of the protesters did indicate the intent was. Now, these are, in fact, the type of decreases in troublesome protest activity that you had been hoping to see in the weeks prior, weren't they?
Yes.
And definitely examples of how existing legal tools and police powers were effective at dealing with illegal portions of protests, correct?
Yes.
All right.
out of your time, so if you could.
And that's okay. I think I will end there. Thank you very much, Prime Minister,
Hey,
for
B.
answering my
Smiley,
questions
what's up?
today.
There you go. Well, who's up?
Is the convoy organizers, please?
It's Miller time. I think it's Miller time. What? Who's this? It's a chick. Where's Miller? Where's Miller time? It's a full house today.
Bonjour, Mr. Prime Minister.
Oh.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Premier Ministre. The lawyers representing Freedom Corp and the protesters who were here in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. I want to first talk to you about the events that led up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. You would agree with me that the Emergencies Act was invoked on Valentine's Day, Monday, February 14th, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that it ruined my
and
romantic
you are
day with
aware
my
that this
boyfriend.
commission has received evidence from the police and other witnesses that on Monday, February 14th, the Ambassador Bridge was reopened, as was Coots. All the borders were reopened, correct?
Yes, and there was concern that more
give me 1 second,
locations
guys. Be
were
right
going
back.
to be closed. Coots didn't open till Tuesday.
Okay, well, we'll review the record for that. On the Sunday night, February 13th, there was an IRG meeting and you were there. And in fact, you were the chair of that meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the IRG meeting, you were advised that there was a breakthrough agreement between the Mayor of Ottawa and the convoy organizers to move trucks out of the downtown residential areas. Isn't that correct?
That is not how I remember it, no.
Okay, well, I can advise you that at the inquiry, it was confirmed by the documents your officials filed here and by witnesses, namely Jody Thomas. She confirmed that at that IRG meeting, you were briefed that there was an agreement with the mayor. Does that?
An
You recall
agreement
that?
with whom?
And-
With the mayor and who?
Some of the convoy organizers.
Which ones?
Well, Tamara Leach, who's present here in this room, signed a letter. It was made publicly available on the news on Sunday, February 13th, and you were advised of that agreement at the IRG meeting.
And we were also advised that that agreement wasn't holding and that many of the convoy had decried it as fake news and not actually an agreement that they would abide by.
And you learned that on Twitter, is that correct?
No, we learned that at the IRG
By whom?
by our elected officials.
You can't name it. What was that bang, by the way?
And now you should be aware that this commission has also received evidence from city officials and others that the next day, on Monday the 14th, over 100 protest vehicles had moved out of the downtown residential areas under the mayor's agreement prior to your 4:30 p.m. announcement invoking the Emergencies Act. Is that right?
I can't speak to that, but I'm sure others have or will.
They have. And you are aware of the evidence before this commission from police officials and others who testified that the efforts by the truckers to further vacate the downtown residential areas under the mayor's deal were blocked by the police on both Tuesday and Wednesday, February 15th and 16th. Are you aware of that?
No, I am not. My understanding was the police were allowing anyone who wanted to leave to leave.
Would you agree with me that it would have been a far better outcome if you and your colleagues would have allowed the de-escalation agreement with the mayor to be completed, and there would have been no need to invoke the extraordinary powers of the Emergencies Act, including the significant and violent police actions and freezing Canadians' bank accounts?
If I could interrupt, Commissioner, it's Brian Gover on behalf of the Government of Canada.
What's wrong
the
with that?
agreement was to move the protesters to Wellington. My friend is misstating the evidence in my submission.
I could provide some clarity.
Okay, go ahead.
It's very well known in the agreement with the mayor that it was to remove vehicles from the downtown residential areas, and yes, Mr. Gover, thank you, to move to Wellington, but out of residential areas apart from Wellington, so thank you. Can you now, are you able to answer the question?
I believe the answer was no, but you can repeat the question if you like.
Sure.
What?
If you had allowed the de-escalation agreement, in other words, moving trucks outside and other protest vehicles outside of the downtown area, there would be no need to invoke the Emergency Act.
Mr. Commissioner, I object again because characterizing this as a de-escalation agreement in my submission is a misnomer. This was an agreement that didn't hold, but it was to move vehicles from residential areas to Wellington Street.
I'll let the question stand. I think it's a question of interpretation. Go ahead.
There you go.
So,
One
no,
for
I
the
don't
good
agree.
guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your officials have testified that they were following the convoy as it began moving from regions of Canada
Yes, Rhinestone.
towards
This is
Ottawa.
our January 6th.
And you are aware
and our
that
October
thousands
is
of Canadians
our
lined
Thanksgiving
the
is in
highways
October
and
properly. You
overpasses
guys
to
have early
choke
Christmas.
truckers. Is that right?
I can't speak to the number, but yes, there were many supporters. Yes.
Mr. Prime Minister, I would like to read to you an excerpt from 3 of the many statements that Canadians prepared for this commission. Canadians who supported the convoy and explained why. And I would ask the registrar to bring up document ID HRF 401660.
Now you got to listen. Now you got to listen to Canadians.
If you could turn to page 274, please.
Yeah,
and
be
while that
smiley.
comes
I know
up,
what you
I'll
mean.
just start reading the statement.
I know what you mean. Be smiley. We have similar up there in the south,
200.
or up
74.
in your north, and
Elizabeth Klapik provided a statement about how the government's COVID mandates and lockdowns disrupted her life. Starting at paragraph 3, she said, "The truckers and the Canadians who lined the roads, overpasses, and highways restored the hope that I had almost lost. These patriotic Canadians told me that I am not alone, that I matter. I will never forget the hope and pride I felt watching these amazing truckers driving along Canadian highways, crowded with patriotic Canadians flying, patriotic
come on, lady, read it well.
Canadians flying their flags and holding their signs of support. I will never forget the tears I shed as I regained that almost lost hope, that love for my home and native land, that love for my fellow Canadians." At page 235, Ottawa resident Karen Hanna, who obtained a sociology degree from Ottawa University.
Yes, Hillbilly
Starting at
Harry.
paragraph
These are
5
upset
stated,
Canadians, and it's hard to tell. Yeah,
For months,
it's true.
the
This
leader
is
of
as
our
upset as we're gonna
country
get, baby.
publicly shamed people like me
Well, maybe not.
and my husband. Our own family members turned on us, blamed us, and some even told us we don't deserve health care. Paragraph 17. One of my most emotional moments was dancing on Rideau Street beside a local man. He had tears streaming down his face. All he wanted was a hug. It was very overpowering for him. I met a girl, 22 years old, who just hopped in her car from Winnipeg and just kept driving. She stayed the entire time. I met people who were like family to me. People who gave up everything to come to Ottawa for justice and an explanation. At page
His smug
116, here is one of many, many concerned parents and spouses. Sam Crozier at paragraph 8 says, "I am not asking for help. I am begging you to please listen, hear my heart, feel my pain, and help work towards the true North strong and free that we were promised. My husband, an Army veteran who now has PTSD, and not from anything he has seen or done in the forces, but from what our own government has done. Our government has destroyed my life. I, a once optimistic, full of life person, find myself struggling to stay above water now. I struggle to find joy in anything and daily fear a new announcement being made that will further punish us. I have written the same email to every member of Parliament daily and been ignored by a large collection of the people meant to be our leaders, meant to be listening to us. Mr. Prime Minister, you have now heard the statements from some of the many concerned Canadians who felt compelled to support the protesters. Do you now understand the reason so many Canadians came to Ottawa with such resolve in the midst of a harsh, cold Canadian winter because of the harms caused by your government COVID mandates, and they wanted to be heard?
Amen.
I am moved, and I was moved as I heard these testimonies, as I saw the depth of hurt and anxiety about the present and the future expressed by so many people. The COVID pandemic was unbelievably difficult on all Canadians. And my job throughout this pandemic was to keep Canadians safe. And the way that I chose to do that was to lean on public health officials, lean on experts and science on the best way to keep Canadians safe. And because Canadians got vaccinated to over 80%, we had fewer deaths in Canada than places that didn't.
Because they didn't want to lose their jobs, moron.
Heartbreaking story I hear of a family who sat beside the bed of a loved one dying because they had believed that the vaccines were more dangerous than the disease.
But who's dropping dead these days? Lots of people that,
Because I wish I could have done more
And
to
I don't mean
convince people
to cut
to
you
get
off,
vaccinated.
but I only have 10 minutes, so thank you. That was helpful. Mr. Prime...
Just to interrupt you, you're going to have to shorten it because you're already over your time.
Okay, thank you.
Come on.
A number of people have testified in this inquiry referencing your widely published comments and calling the unvaccinated racists and misogynists. And we have heard testimony in this inquiry about how some of your officials wanted to label protesters as terrorists. Would you agree with me that one of the most important roles of a prime minister is to unite Canadians and not divide them by engaging in name calling?
I did not call people who were unvaccinated names.
Lies!
I highlighted
lies.
There is a difference between people who are hesitant to get vaccinated for any range of reasons and people who deliberately spread misinformation that puts at risk the life and health of their fellow Canadians. And my focus every step of the way, and the primary responsibility of a prime minister, is to keep Canadians safe and alive.
Right. So in terms of safety, when you met with, I'll reframe, Minister Blair, Public Safety Minister, Minister Mendicino, National Security Intelligence Advisor Jody Thomas, and RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki, and today you testified that the federal government was committed to exhausting all alternatives to a resolution prior to making a decision to invoke the extraordinary powers of the Emergencies Act. Do you agree that that accurately describes your government's position?
That the invocation of the Emergencies Act was a measure of last resort, was not something to be taken lightly.
Thank you.
And something to do when other options were not effective.
And you are aware that the OPP, along with others, developed an engagement proposal, and you were advised of that proposal at the IRG meeting on February 12th, correct?
It was a proposal, but we had, and it was presented to us, we had more questions about how it would actually work. It was not a complete proposal.
My last question, Mr. Prime Minister, when did you and your government start to become so afraid of your own citizens?
That's a very
I
unfair...
am not, and we are not.
Those are my questions.
She got one in.
If there's any more trouble, that side of the room is going to be expelled. Is that clear enough?
When he said he didn't call people racist, I bet there was some noise there. Uh-oh. Rolly's not happy.
Next, I'll call on the City of Ottawa, please.
Rolly is not happy. Guys, that might have been the big. I don't know if we're gonna get any more for the good guys. We'll see.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. My name is
You'll like her,
Alyssa
though.
Tompkins.
She makes me
I'm
laugh,
counsel
this
for the City of Ottawa. I just wanted to take you to a couple of statements on your witness summary to start. So if we could bring that up, it's WTS 566084, please, Mr. Clerk. And we'll be going to page 4. And just if we can scroll down to where we're talking about challenges in Ottawa. So the first point you make is that the lesson learned was not to let the trucks park because that makes it more difficult to remove them. And you noted that decision makers in Toronto and Quebec City heeded this lesson. Prime Minister, are you aware that since that time, the City of Ottawa, in preparation for 2 events, has indeed closed roads? So the city's learned that lesson as well. You'll agree?
Excellent.
Okay.
I thought it was a gotcha. That's not a gotcha.
The second,
She's a
about
lawyer
the
for the City of
resources,
Ottawa, so I don't know that
you
she's going to
state
be
that
any.
there appeared to be a
She's just going
breakdown
to
of
be a yes man, I
communication
think. Yes
between
woman.
OPS and the city. And you state it was unclear, for instance, whether the mayor's request for additional police officers was made with the support of the OPS or the Ottawa Police Services Board. Now, are you talking about the letter that you received from Mayor Watson?
I'm talking about the fact that we were regularly briefed throughout that there were different requests coming from the police, then from the mayor, then from other elements within the Ottawa's orbit.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit short on time, but I'll put to you that the letter you received from the mayor was co-signed by the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board. So by the time the letter came, it was clear it was from the OPSB as well, correct?
Perhaps.
Oh, I can bring it up.
Okay.
I don't know that it serves us. I'll put to the record, and given my short time, we'll deal with it after. And in terms of OPS, also by that point, why don't we go to the readout of the call? So the letter came, just to situate you. The letter came February 7th, and the next day on February 8th, you had a call with Mayor Watson. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
But we'll bring up the readout. So it's ssm.can.nsc.00002837.
We'll get a better look at her for you if you want to see what she's up to. There she is. What's up, my lady? Who wants to get those sexy bots out of here? Get those sexy bots out of here. Just because you have a good-looking woman there, you got the goddamn sexy bots. Yeah, she totally is like a valley girl.
So there's nothing in here. Let's scroll down to page 2. But if we go through it, there's no concern expressed by you during this call that there's any uncertainty about whether OPS or the OPSB are aware of the resource request. So by this point, is that clear in your mind?
I'm sorry. That it is clear that Mayor Watson is asking for 1,800 officers?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Watson was regularly clear in wanting many more officers. It wasn't always clear what the plan for those officers would be. Those we turned to the OPS for that, and the OPS tended to give us different numbers than the City of Ottawa was giving us. That was how I was briefed through it.
Okay, no, and there was other evidence on that. I'm not going to take you to it, but I think you're saying that you were briefed on that, but we can rely on the evidence of those individuals here.
Okay, but in a contemporary way, as I was watching things unfolded, the briefings I received and what was consistent was there was confusion or misalignment between different sectors of the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Forces in terms of what they needed, how they were being delivered, and that was one of the realities we were dealing with.
Okay, but that concern was not expressed in this call to Mayor Watson, you'll agree?
Sorry, scroll down a bit further. there are moments where you are saying one thing and he is saying another. Is there anywhere we can help around that? I think that was me expressing that there were different messages coming out of the policing side versus the mayor's side.
Yeah, and he responds about the police solution issue. So we'll
Yes,
keep
but just
scrolling.
to your suggestion that we didn't talk about the differences between those, I actually did talk about the differences between what different groups were saying.
Okay, well, we can debate the particularities of that point. This is the day after you received the letter co-signed by the OPSB, and there's nothing on this call saying that there's concern that the OPS didn't provide that number.
There are moments where you are saying one thing and
Oh no,
the
CK Roots
police are
busted
saying
you.
another. Is there any way we can help around that?
Right, and we'll see the mayor responds. One thing was when he said it's not a police solution, but it is a police solution. So that's what the mayor understood you to be expressing a concern about. And if we stroll down, then we get to a discussion about Mr. Ford. And that's actually where I wanted to get to. In fact,
You took a lot of time. You're out of time, so please get to the point quickly.
yeah. So if we keep going and, oh, there we are. So you express that the federal government will be there with the resources, and there's something about conflating. And I think you testified earlier about it's the source of the mandate.
Oh yeah, Roots.
But,
What, you still got a hankering for the turkey? Nice. Well,
as you highlighted.
hopefully it's nice and
we don't let them
moist.
get away
It's
from
an
that,
awful
and we
word.
intend to support you on that. And the mayor says if they keep dragging their feet, I'm happy to call them out. It'd be nice if we have something firmed up from the federal government to shame them. Ford didn't even make an effort to come and see what's going on. So part of the reason that you'll agree, part of the reason the mayor was reaching out to the federal government directly was to give him additional ammunition to put pressure on the province, correct?
I can't speak to the mayor's intentions in reaching out to me. I know that I reached out to the mayor to talk about the situation in Ottawa and to express that I had expressed to the commissioner of the RCMP and others that we should be providing whatever resources can help the city of Ottawa.
And all I'm saying is that when the mayor went to both the province and the feds, he's explaining to you here that one of the reasons he's doing that, because he's also reached out to Ford, is that he's hoping you'll give him something so that he can also push on Ford. So he knows he has to go to the province too.
Yeah, but we don't provide police officers in order to shame or make political points. We're providing police officers to be useful on the ground and to be able to deliver things. So maybe there are political points to be scored or made, but our focus every step was what can we do to help deliver the resources that Ottawa obviously needed in order to move forward on dealing with this occupation.
But you'll agree that the mayor was frustrated, as were you, that the province was not providing the resources they needed on an expedited basis.
As I believe I testified, my understanding was that the OPP was engaged, but it was at the political level that there wasn't as much engagement at that particular point. As we know, as time went by, the province got very much activated and engaged. And indeed, I had a call with Premier Ford the very next day in which he showed his engagement.
All right. Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
It is very sad that he didn't show up in blackface.
Okay, next is the Ottawa Coalition, please.
This is gonna suck. These guys are bootlickers. They're just gonna complain that the peoples were, why didn't you invoke it sooner? Guaranteed, these people are gonna be like, why didn't you invoke it sooner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Prime Minister. My name is Christine Johnson. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. I want to use my time with you today, Prime Minister, to unpack the evidence that you've provided that, in your mind, this demonstration in Ottawa was not a peaceful protest. So you've already told us, I believe, in response to some questions from my friend with the commission and my friend with the CCLA, that you obviously believe that protest is a very important part of a functioning democracy. You also acknowledged, and I think most people in Ottawa would agree, that peaceful protests may sometimes cause inconvenience for people and may also sometimes cause temporary interference with critical infrastructure even. But during the convoy demonstrations in Ottawa, you'd agree that we weren't seeing mere acts of civil disobedience or temporary interference with critical infrastructure. We were seeing unlawful conduct that significantly interfered with the community's ability to live and exist.
Yes.
Thank you. And it's your view that as early as the first
He's just
weekend
going
of
to
the
agree, and she's just going to
demonstration in
whine
Ottawa,
about how the people
some
were
convoy participants
sad because
were
there's a lot of
engaged in
honking.
serious illegal activity by blocking and occupying city streets, defacing public property, and harassing residents.
Yes, as was
They
evidenced
dropped
by my
the
call
burning
with,
because they were. There was already one girl that was
highlighted a number of those
discredited
things
for
and a few
saying
more.
that there's fire
And
started,
from
but
that first weekend onwards,
there wasn't.
this
Not the
became
kind
even
that she
worse
was
and more
saying.
concerning to you.
Yes, reports of people being harassed for wearing masks, the constant noise, the people not feeling safe in their own streets. There were many examples of that.
And you mentioned to us this morning that you grew concerned in particular over counter-protests rising up. Were you aware in particular of the counter-protest that has now been coined as the Battle of Billings Bridge on February 13th?
That was, I believe, remind me, I believe that was where a number of residents prevented trucks from getting to the downtown.
Yeah, that was the only
That's
time,
correct.
really.
And is it fair to say that this
The only time that
counter-protest
people
was
did
actually
anything.
quite successful in getting some trucks to leave very peacefully?
It's possible that it achieved those, but having civilians having to do things that would be more appropriate for trained police officers to be doing, I think we can both agree is not an ideal situation.
Right. And so was the government worried that, given the success even of this counter-protest, they might become more frequent if there was no government action? And you were worried that that was what might ultimately lead to a violent conflict?
Yes. And when I talked about threats of serious violence, the increase of counter-protests and citizens taking issues into their own hands increases the possibility of conflict and violence.
Right. And we've seen one document that I want to ask you about. I won't pull it up, but a CSIS report that we've been taken to a number of times in this inquiry that described the situation in downtown Ottawa. And CSIS communicated, downtown Ottawa, mood was actually quite festive, not threatening to passers-by. I take it this was not your assessment based on what you were seeing and hearing for yourself.
I think there were moments of festiveness and collegiality amongst
There was a
people
lot
who
of
were
them.
there. At the same time, CSIS also reported to me and to Cabinet that there were IMVE purveyors of extremist ideology within the protest, and one of the concerns was people could be inspired or convinced or amplified in their behaviors to actually
This is the whole thing. Could have
lash
been.
out and
Could
take
have
actions
been.
in ways that were threats to public safety.
And in addition to that, you were hearing, in fact, that many Ottawa residents, business owners, and workers did in fact find the convoy quite threatening. So to those passers-by, at least,
I understand.
there was threatening behavior.
Yes.
And you, in your witness statement, you also suggest that in your mind this was not a peaceful protest because of the threat of violence that existed towards law enforcement when they were trying to manage the demonstration.
I think a protest in which law enforcement are prevented from being able to do their jobs because of threats of violence to themselves ceases to be a legal or peaceful protest.
And my last question for you following from that is that when the government was ultimately considering the invocation of the Emergencies Act, CSIS advised Cabinet that invoking the Act could further inflame extreme anti-government rhetoric and even incite violence. To your mind, hearing that assessment, does that not in and of itself
Yeah, there was
confirm
very
Canada's
few
threat of
threats. I
serious
don't remember
violence
either
ever
anyone threatening
present
cops. The cops were having
these
a good time with the people down there for the first few weeks.
If someone's telling me, oh, you should be careful about actually enforcing the law because that might make people more violent, that's not necessarily a good argument as to why we should sort of let it slide. Or
so we should be hard on crime? I agree, Mr. Trudeau. Let's be hard on crime.
Emboldened or digging in to their illegal behaviors, and that enforcement of public order is actually a threat. And this is actually something that Jason Kenney brought up at the FMM, highlighting that these are not rational actors. They are conspiracy theories, and he was concerned, as we were, that the invocation of the Emergencies Act could have people who are irrational overreact, but at the same time,
we got a sound clip.
We had to balance that risk against the risk that people who were already starting to get fed up and engage in counter protests would start taking more and more into their own hands, which was a greater risk, I think.
We could just get them to say times.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Those are all of my questions for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next, I'd like to call on the Ontario Provincial Police, please.
We're not going to, B. Smiley, you're kind of right. There won't be any actually hard questions. I think we got the hardest questions
Good
out of the
afternoon, Mr.
convoy.
Prime Minister. Chris Diana, counsel for the OPP.
The convoy lawyers asked the hardest questions, and they didn't even have Miller time. They had some chick go up there. I'm not happy with that. And then this guy's for the police. He's going to try to protect the police's ass.
Bringing up document ssm.nsc.can 50625. And while this document is coming up, Prime Minister, it's the transcript of your call with the premiers to situate you in time and place, which I believe was February 14th in the morning. Is that correct?
They want to. They might get spicy. They want to save their police's ass, and
yes.
So we'll see.
All right. If we can turn to page 6, please. Scroll down a little bit. All right, where it says PM, on the second line down, I'm just going to read it out. It says, on a personal note, everything I've heard about RCMP and OPP have been excellent. OPP Commissioner regarded very highly by federal officials. Windsor operation was outstanding. We'll continue to collaborate. So I take it that that's what you were hearing from your senior officials, that the OPP had been very effective to date?
Yes, and I would have mentioned, you're always looking for positive things to say in these FMMs where sometimes there are contentious issues, but that would have been the understanding I had of the previous days. It may not have held from the very beginning of the protest. I won't speak to that, but at that moment, yes, that was what I was hearing from officials.
And that would have been in accordance with your own personal views over what you had seen in recent days happening in Ontario in any event, right?
Yes, that there was progress, yes.
And I take it that your government had full confidence in the OPP to discharge its policing responsibilities within the province of Ontario?
It is not up to the federal government to determine who is policing. So it's not up to us to have a confidence in the OPP to execute provincial responsibilities.
No, but my point is and this is not a call where the media was on, this was you were talking to the premiers and you, without prompting, brought up the OPP and the OPP commissioner. So I take it that your government was satisfied with what it had seen at the time of that call with the OPP.
I got to take a quick break there, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave this playing, obviously, there, and I'll be back
the OPP before, so it wasn't entirely unprompted, but I was happy to say yes. I'm not trying to argue about it. Yes, things seem to be working well at that point.
Right, and because by that point, and we've established earlier in your evidence that the Ambassador Bridge had been fully open to traffic, correct?
Yes.
And that was an OPP-led enforcement?
If you say so.
And we also know at that point, I think you testified that you were aware that the OPP had sent subject matter experts to lead the integrated planning team in Ottawa?
Yes, I knew that they had sent experts to support in Ottawa.
Right, and they were working with other police services, but you may have heard some of the evidence of Carson Party, who was leading the exercise from the OPP, correct?
I hadn't, but I'm sure that's true.
And you also mentioned some other areas of difficulty in Ontario. You mentioned the Blue Water Bridge. You mentioned Fort Erie. Those are the other areas the OPP was actively engaged in, correct?
I assume, yes.
And to your knowledge, there was never an occupation or a blocking of either of those crossings.
I believe there were slow rolls headed towards one or both of them at one point. There was chatter about people moving from the Ambassador Bridge to one or two of the others, but I don't believe those, I'm quite sure that those blockades never actually fully materialized.
Right, and the OPP were actively engaged in those movements, correct?
Yes, both before and after the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Right now, in that context, where the OPP is active across the province of Ontario, you would agree that OPP Commissioner Carrique could have provided valuable input on what tools might be useful under the Emergencies Act?
I'm fairly certain that the OPP did provide inputs. We, as a federal cabinet, got our inputs through the RCMP, but part of the RCMP's role was to inform us on suggestions and requirements by all other police organizations as well.
No, and fair enough. And you may not have heard the evidence. Both Deputy Minister Stewart and Commissioner Lucky thought that the OPP had been consulted, but in fact, they had not been. And I guess what I'm putting to you is the notion that if we're dealing with the question of either necessary or useful tools, if a protest is happening in Ontario, it would be a good idea to seek some input from the OPP, correct?
It would not be up to me to call the OPP. It would not be up to the necessarily even a federal minister to do it. Our expectation, my expectation certainly would have been that it would be for the RCMP to work with their fellow police organizations on coordination, and I would have assumed that that was done.
Yeah. And that can be done quickly from commissioner to commissioner, correct?
Yes.
And for purposes of transparency, and Commissioner, I understand I've hit my 5-minute mark, and just for my last question, for purposes of transparency, we know that there is a consultation record, as we've seen here when you talk with the premiers, that there should also be a written record of consultation with law enforcement, so that for accountability purposes, when we go back and take a look at the circumstances in terms of the tools, that there's no ambiguity about what was needed or what tools might be useful. Would you agree with that suggestion?
I know the Commission will be reflecting on suggestions on how to move forward in future emergencies.
So you would agree with my suggestion then, correct?
It's not up to me to agree with what needs to happen in the future.
Okay, but you wouldn't disagree then?
I think more consultation is good, but understanding that in an emergency, one needs to move quickly.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Okay, thank you. The next is former Chief Slowly's counsel, please.
Mr. Prime Minister, I'm Rebecca Jones, counsel for former Chief Slowly. And you've testified today about the situation facing the country and the city of Ottawa in particular when the Emergencies Act was invoked, right? And this included threats of violence, trucks with weapons in Coots, trucks with unknown contents in Ottawa, and children.
Yeah, I saw Mersh's back on Twitter. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I think that's the real Mersh.
And Chief Slowly described the situation in Ottawa as a tinderbox, and I take it you'd agree with that.
Yes, that was one of our concerns, that it could get worse very quickly.
Right. There was always a risk of escalation.
Yes.
And you testified that it is the responsibility of the Prime Minister
Yikes, eh?
to make tough calls and keep people safe, right?
She looks like a stern lady.
Yes.
I don't mean
and
Howard Stern.
others as well, but yes, that is one of the roles of the Prime
It's
Minister.
not your only responsibility. I take it that is also the role of a police chief.
Yes.
And the Prime Minister and a police chief don't take steps just because people are demanding them, right?
We certainly need to take into account the perspective and concerns and expectations of citizens. That's an important input into leadership. But ultimately, we have to, getting the decision right is more important than making the popular decision.
Right. And you testified that as of the date of the Emergencies Act, the fact that there had not yet been any serious violence was obviously a good thing, but that you couldn't say there.
I forget
was
who
no
she's the
threat of
lawyer
that,
for, but
right?
I think she's a
And
suck ass.
I'm going to suggest that the fact that there had been no serious violence was not only a good thing, but it was a credit to municipal police forces, all police forces, Chief Slowly, and all of his policing partners.
Yes, and a credit to residents, and a credit to people who were there on the ground. There was no violence. It would have taken one person on any side to create situations of violence. So it is fortunate that there was no violence, no significant violence at that point.
Right.
Or at any point.
And it is to the
Exactly.
credit of the police, among others, that there was no serious violence, right?
I'm not positioned to evaluate
lawyer
how
for the
much
police,
what the
I think?
police did or didn't do in Ottawa was directly responsible for the lack of violence.
Okay. Now, in 2021, then Chief Slowly was invited to the Prime Minister's listening circle to speak about policing reforms. You remember that?
I do.
And Mr. Prime Minister, you thanked him for his presentation and you thanked him for his leadership in leading police reform in Canada, right?
Yes.
And I take it you agree that it's important to have voices like Peter Slowly's
I'll put you back.
at the table in Canadian
I'm gonna
policing.
put you back.
You mean diverse Canadians in positions of power?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And the convoy-related events across Canada.
CK says
in
this is
late
almost as
January
exciting as watching
and
soccer.
February
Listen
of
here.
this year,
You're an
I
American.
think you'll agree with
You
me,
can't understand the
they were
excitement
a
this is
trauma
bringing.
for
This
the
is
nation.
high-end stuff. Look out.
They were certainly a very challenging time, and many Canadians experienced them as trauma, yes.
Right. And this trauma landed more heavily
Sorry,
on the
bumped you.
shoulders of certain individuals, like Chief Slowly and his family, than on
she's
others.
the
Is
lawyer
that
for
fair?
Slowly. She's the lawyer for the ex-police chief. So he's getting thrown under the bus, and that's what she's trying to get him out under the bus.
There's a lot of trauma to go around on all sides.
Now,
whisper more.
I want to return in the time I have left to the issue of the readiness of the operational plan as of February 13th. And you've been candid in acknowledging that you didn't read the operational plan on February 13th, which of course makes sense,
That I wasn't given the operational plan of,
and nor would you expect to be.
that's right.
Okay. And you can't comment on whether or not it was a good or complete plan, you testified.
I can't comment from personal knowledge, but my understanding, both at the time and subsequently from people who are aware of the plan, was that it was not a complete plan.
Okay, so we're going to have to put aside subsequently. It was the plan that cleared the occupation in Ottawa, is the evidence here. But at the time.
Sorry, that was a plan of the 17th that cleared the occupation, not the plan of the 13th.
Well, we'll put that aside. We will disagree on that issue, Mr. Prime Minister. But what I believe you're saying is that at the time, on February 13th, or as of February 13th, that was your view. Based on what you were being told, I take it, by the Commissioner of the RCMP.
Sorry, what was my view? That the plan was
The plan wasn't
inadequate?
ready.
Yes.
Okay.
That was my view.
And I just want to take you, please, to TRN 23, page 69, please. And Mr. Prime Minister, this is the testimony of Commissioner Lucky before.
So unfortunately, the convoy lawyer was up already, and it wasn't Miller time. It was some lady they put up there. I was very sad. So we might not have the fireworks that we were hoping for, unfortunately. Let's see what's going on here.
Maybe page 69 in the PDF. There we are. And so if you start scrolling down, you'll see that Commission Council is asking about the status of the plan. And please, of course, take your time to read it as of February 13th. And you will see that Commissioner Lucky confirms, yes, that was when it was completed. And that would be on February 13th. And then Commission Counsel says, and we've heard some evidence about this from other police agencies, but essentially that it was a team effort. The RCMP was there, the OPP, and the OPS. Correct? And Commissioner Lucky says yes. And Commission Counsel says, and I understand it, you in particular, Commissioner Lucky, and perhaps the rest of your team who looked at it, were generally satisfied with the plan as an operational plan to deal with the situation in Ottawa. And Commissioner Lucky says, yes, both myself and Commissioner Carrique were briefed on the plan the Friday before that. Like, I think it was around February 11th, we got the actual briefing from the planners on the plan. And yes, we were satisfied with the plan. Okay, so I put that to you, Mr. Prime Minister, to suggest that what happened here was that you were not briefed by Commissioner Lucky on the 13th as to her satisfaction and the RCMP's satisfaction on the integrated plan to clear Ottawa.
I can only speak to what I both knew then and what I know now. What I knew then was what my understanding was then was that there was not a complete plan or a workable or operational plan to clear Ottawa at that point. And I now know that indeed there was not a plan on that weekend.
Mr.
And I
Prime
can't
Minister,
speak to what people said.
It's important that we stick with what you understood on February 13th.
Yes.
Okay?
So what I understood then was that there was not an adequate.
And I hear you on that. What I'm suggesting to you, based on what you've seen, was Commissioner Lucky's evidence that there's a disconnect here. And perhaps what happened, and I'm going to suggest what happened, is that Commissioner Lucky didn't brief you and your cabinet on the fact that there was a complete plan on the 13th.
I can't comment on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next,
Kind of
call
a
on
weekend.
the City of
She
Windsor,
almost had a
please.
good one. The City of Windsor. Oh, this is probably going to be a big nothing burger. Let's see. I say that, and oh, it's another whammon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prime Minister. My name is Jennifer King, and I am legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Okay.
Mr. Prime Minister, I would like to start by taking you to one document, SSM CAN NSC 402698. This is a readout of a call that you had with Mayor Dilkins of Windsor on February the 10th. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
On the first page, there's some takeaways. I just wanted to read out the first one. The mayor appeared confident that a plan and resources are in place.
CK says that the other lawyer was giving him a way out by saying that he wasn't briefed, but I guess, but I don't think that was her. I don't think that's what you meant to do.
Two towards the bottom of the page, Mr. Clerk. And you'll see here,
Redacted.
Mr. Prime Minister, that it indicates that you said, as I was speaking with police officers and various folks, no question on the ground operationally who has jurisdictions. I can assure you that the RCMP is working closely with the OPP. Because this is our problem, and I want you to be reassured that we are out there and operationally totally linked. So I just wanted to stop there. What did you mean, Mr. Prime Minister, when you said this is our problem?
It is our problem together. It is our, as in different orders of government together, as I assume what I meant on this one, because the rest of the sentence is really showing that I knew and had been apprised that in regards to what was happening in Windsor, the OPP and the RCMP were working well together.
Okay. And hopefully it continues on, and hopefully the politics will recede a little, because some of that stuff coming out of QP is a little inconsistent. What does QP mean here?
And Matt, good point. We're not
question
sure. We don't know if
period
she's a
on the
woman
federal
100%.
side. We were. He was talking about the challenges he was facing in council chambers as well, and some of the debates that were happening at the municipal level.
Right. Okay. You can take that down, Mr.
Super
Clerk.
Spurg, it only takes
You
a
testified
few
this morning,
times
Mr.
watching
Prime
us
Minister,
before you're an
about
honorary
jurisdictional
Canadian,
issues
sir.
that
Don't worry,
arose
eh?
related to the
You know what it's all
government's
about now, don't you?
response to blockades and
Sure.
occupations in
Okay,
January
bye.
and February. In Windsor, there's a provincial highway connected to an international border crossing by a municipal road through a community, right? Would you agree that the response to the blockade required communication and collaboration between all three levels of government?
Yes.
Certainly this morning you testified that when three orders of government are able to work seamlessly together, you get better results, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that there was not a pre-existing plan or framework establishing the jurisdictional responsibilities of each of the three levels of government when responding to the unprecedented circumstances of these blockades of critical infrastructure?
I can't speak to the existence or not of that, but it is clear that if there was, it wasn't as effective as it could have been, and if there wasn't, perhaps there should have been.
Okay. And you testified this morning about the 2 tracks of work coming out of the IRG.
It is a
meeting
woman's
on
world
February
here,
10th.
isn't it? Look at all these
The
women
clerk of the
lawyers.
Privy
Remember that
Council
James
told
Brown
this
song, It's a
commission
Man's
that
World?
track
Well,
1
James
was
be
to
rolling
determine
over in his
everything
coked
that
up
could be
grave
done
right now.
within the existing set
It's not a man's world.
functions under the law, right? So there was no pre-existing plan or framework setting out the various authorities.
Yeah, they're all judges and lawyers.
They're all judges and lawyers. Who knew?
Sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
So it wasn't predetermined, it wasn't pre-collected, the different authorities that were available to the different levels of government.
But that sounds like operational police coordination, and that's not something that, as Prime Minister, I would be particularly closely involved in.
Well, certainly the 3 levels of government were considering, and the IRG was considering the different authorities and powers available to them to assist.
Yes, the IRG and the federal government was looking to offer resources to police of jurisdiction in helping out, yes.
Okay, so the commission has heard during this hearing several times that Windsor started reaching out to the province and to the federal government shortly after the blockade was cleared, asking for the 3 levels of government
Rest in peace, James Brown, by the way, that's right.
and work together to develop a plan to protect these international border crossings. Minister Blair, just to give you a heads up, testified that he did not recall this request, but said it struck him as a reasonable request. Do you agree?
Yes.
And Minister Mendocino testified that a planning process to protect border crossings must include every level of government, of course, the City of Windsor and other border communities as well. Do you agree?
That makes sense, yes.
And so you'll agree that all 3 levels of government must collaboratively develop a framework to protect the critical infrastructure in
Now
Canada.
have the gotcha. Get the gotcha.
Yes.
Mr. Prime Minister, you said in your remarks on the revocation of the Emergencies Act on February 23rd that even as this emergency is over, we need to make sure our institutions are prepared and ready for the future.
Oh my God,
This
she's a
issue
kiss
won't
ass
just go
completely.
away.
She wasn't leading up to
And
anything.
in fact,
CK is asking about your jib jabs. I think she can't get into jib jab anymore, the program. She got locked out of jib jab, the program. So that's a little bit of a problem. But either way, you know.
I have made it clear to the appropriate ministers that working, in particularly Mr.
always edit other
Blair,
things.
Minister of Emergency Preparedness, that preparing for emergencies of all types must be a priority for this government and must involve working with partners at all orders of government.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call on the Windsor Police Service, please.
Claire Patterson, I'm counsel to the Windsor Police
City
Service.
of Windsor. The city of Windsor.
Minister
Uh-oh.
Blair testified earlier this week, and he agreed that the Windsor enforcement operation on
I guess.
February 12th and 13th was a success.
We don't know that.
With no loss of life or serious injury to public, protesters, or police. Would you agree with Minister Blair's assessment?
I have no reason to disagree, yeah. No,
Okay. And you're aware the Ambassador Bridge was reopened by police in the early hours of the morning of February 14th,
That's right, Roots.
correct?
She got banned from jib jab. Oh, sorry, Matt.
Okay,
That's
my
right,
friend
Matt.
for the
She got
OPP
banned
took
from
you
jib
to
jab.
the First
They shut her down.
Minister's conference call on February 14th, 2022 at
Her jabs were too spicy.
SSM NSC CAN 625, please. And I'll just put your comments back up. It's the same paragraph we're going to look at again on page 6.
Oh my God, Miss Canadian Bacon.
My focus obviously will be a
That's
little
all-
bit different
That's what
than
she
the
won.
OPP's.
3 years in a row, by the way.
And in that paragraph, for the comments attributed to you, you say the Windsor operation was outstanding. And would that accurately reflect your comments that you gave to the First Ministers that day?
Yes, those seem to be my comments.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Stacey, what is that all about?
Okay, with that pat on the back, we'll go to the government of Saskatchewan, please.
With that pat on the back, Rowley says, even Rowley, who
Good
is
afternoon, sir.
elected or appointed by
I'm Mitch
Trudeau.
McAdam, one of the lawyers for
It's a
the
man.
government of Saskatchewan. And I want to ask you a few
Base
questions
Saskatchewan. Hey, man,
about
what's up?
COVID-19 and the Emergencies Act. I would ask the clerk to please bring up POE.SAS.701.
Bring that up. Bring that fun document up. It's all about the documents, baby.
Sir, this is a letter that you sent to Premier Moe of Saskatchewan on April 8th, 2020, pardon me,
Dear
about
Scott,
COVID-19
Premier
and the
scratched
Emergencies
out.
Act. And I think you talked this morning a little bit about considering invoking the Emergencies Act to deal with the pandemic back in March and April of 2020, didn't you?
Yes.
And I take it that similar letters would have been sent to all the premiers?
Yes.
Like that.
And if we can go to the top of page 2 of this letter,
I bet he's going to
at
be a
the
kiss
end of
ass
the first
too. I
paragraph,
don't know.
it
Let's see.
refers to the fact that you are formally initiating a consultation process under the Emergencies Act. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
It was a formal process.
Yes.
And clerk, if we could go back to the first page and
They
the
do.
bottom of the letter,
Can you just bring it up, Jamie? That's right. They have the Joe
it
Rogan of
indicates
Canada.
that you had already discussed the Emergencies Act with the premiers during at least 2 telephone conferences, one on March 23rd and one on April 2nd. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And also in that same paragraph, it refers to the fact that ministers from at least 4 different departments have spoken to their provincial counterparts about whether measures under the Emergencies Act could assist in the
looks like he's
collective
doodling.
efforts to deal with the pandemic.
He sure
That's
looks like he's
correct too,
doodling.
isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What a pine noodle.
And if we can go back to page 2,
What
please.
is that?
In the 4th paragraph on that page, it refers to you asking the Minister of Public Safety and the Deputy Prime Minister to also reach out to their provincial counterparts to discuss this. That's correct as well.
Yes.
So I take it that back in 2020, there was an effort involving a number of different federal departments to reach out to their provincial counterparts to discuss the Emergencies Act in this context.
Yes.
And if we look at the end of that paragraph, I take it that there was a plan that you were going to convene another telephone conference with the premiers to discuss this topic further, correct?
I had a lot of telephone conferences with the premiers around then, yes.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, if I could next ask you to pull up another document, it's SAS.702, please. We'll just wait for a moment while the letter gets pulled up. Prime Minister, you'll see that this is a letter from Scott Moe, sent as chair of the Council of the Federation to you about COVID-19 and the Emergencies Act on April 14th. Do you recall this letter?
Yes.
And if we look at the end of the first paragraph in this letter, it refers to another conference call with the premiers about this matter on April 9th. That's true, right?
Yes.
And in Premier Moe's letter, he shared with you the opinion of the premiers that it was neither necessary nor advisable to invoke the Emergencies Act at this time. That's correct, isn't it?
Yep.
And that's what you heard at the conference call on April 9th, correct?
Yes.
And as a result, the Emergencies Act was not ever invoked by your government to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, was it?
That is correct.
And that was
Except in so much as the most recent use of the Emergencies Act was linked to the COVID pandemic, at least indirectly.
Okay, understood. And sir, would you agree with me that the provinces had the capacity and the authority or the tools to deal with the pandemic back in 2020?
Yes.
2020.
Yes.
And the provinces, And the provinces were dealing with it. I think your words this morning were they had it under control.
They certainly had more appropriate tools and experience to deal with the public health emergency than the federal government did to do that, to take over the public health side of the public health emergency. Yes.
So, but
Okay.
they couldn't
And
handle.
where delivery is the provinces in this country.
But,
So that's
but the provinces couldn't handle what was going on in
Understood.
Ottawa, though.
And where federal assistance was required, it could be provided without invoking the Emergencies Act, correct?
yes.
But not in Ottawa.
Now, Prime Minister, we've already heard
I hope that's what he's
today
getting to.
a lot about the consultation with the provinces in February of this year, in particular on the morning of February 14th. So I won't go through that with you again, but I just ask you if you will agree with me that the consultation process that was followed in February of this year was very different from the process that was followed back in the spring of 2020.
Bless you.
Yes, it was.
Thank you, sir. Those are all of my questions.
If I'm allowed to elaborate as to why they were different.
Absolutely, Prime Minister.
The Emergencies Act isn't a monolithic act.
You again.
It actually has many different categories and types of emergencies within it. In the spring of 2020, what we were talking about was a public welfare, a public health emergency. I don't have the exact categorization, but one can imagine that a public health emergency like a pandemic would require a different set of tools than, or a different perspective, and certainly a longer term opportunity with more opportunities to write letters back and forth and consult with the whole Council of the Federation and draw up paperwork in response to the consultation. And we certainly took advantage of that because in the section of public order of the Emergencies Act that refers to public health emergency and invocation of the Emergencies Act, it says clearly you have to have that consultation done before. In the section on a public order emergency, the requirement for consultation is, I believe, laid out that
She just
if
needs
there
some
is
more,
no
so we
time for
we took her
consultation,
off.
that
We took her off
consultation
camera.
actually happen afterwards, after the invocation. It certainly highlights that it wouldn't be ideal, but it recognizes that a public order emergency might require a much more rapid reaction time than a public health emergency. And the fact that we were looking at two different parts of the same Emergencies Act, I think goes a long way towards explaining why we were able to do an extensive consultation, even though, as I'd said from the outset, I wasn't leaning towards,
Definitely
it wasn't
falls
our
in the blah,
intention
blah, blah
to
category.
invoke a Emergencies Act around the public health, but we wanted to do the consultation
Yeah, we
because
get it, we
people
get it.
were concerned that we look at all tools to deal with this pandemic, and we did. But
Did
when
you?
it came to the exigency and the urgency of the public order emergency, we went from a Sunday establishing the 6 or so different tools that we would bring in to consulting the very next morning with the premiers with this freshly established list of tools, and then invoking just hours later. And those compressed timelines made it a very different context from one type of invocation of the Emergencies Act to another.
Prime Minister, you'll understand that we as lawyers are always looking for precedents, and this is the only other precedent where your government has considered invoking the Emergencies Act. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Next, I'd like to call on the Criminal Lawyers Association, please.
Prime Minister, my name is Greg Del Vecchio. I'm one of the lawyers representing two organizations, the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers. By way of overview, I'm going to ask you about a summary of the inputs and considerations that were available to you, summary of police powers, and then I'm going to ask you, I'll throw my final pitch. With respect to the factors that were taken into account And this might not be a complete list, but will you agree that it was a situation that was dynamic?
Yes.
It was a protest or occupation that was happening at more than one location and in different provinces?
Yes.
You had to take into account the scope of police powers as exist within the criminal code?
Yes.
You had to take into account the adequacy of those police powers having regard to the circumstances that presented themselves?
Yes.
You had to take into account resource issues, how many police officers are available, when, where, that kind of thing?
Definitely, yes.
You had to take into account jurisdiction issues, and in particular, municipal, provincial, and federal.
Yes.
With respect to inputs, you had input when I say inputs, and that's information available to you or inputs as to whether or not to invoke the act. You took into account information from cabinet colleagues?
Yes.
From opposition members?
Yes.
From unelected officials and staff?
Yes.
From premiers?
Yes.
From citizens?
Yes.
From police from different agencies?
Yes, not me directly, but yes, as a cabinet, we did, yes.
You spoke to at least one U.S. official, President Biden, with respect to these issues?
Yes.
And you took into account information from your legal advisors?
Yes.
If you were to estimate from the time that you first heard about the convoy and the occupation until the time that you invoked the emergency powers, how much time would you estimate that you spent on this issue?
Most days in the thick of it, about an hour a day minimum. Some days, most of the day. Certainly towards the end, my days were filled with that, and with yes, other things that was the business of government, but it was quite a bit.
You understood and understand today that the use of the Emergencies Act is a matter of last resort?
Yes.
With respect to police powers, you understand that the police have available to them, and again, I'll just do a catalog of those powers, negotiation with respect to people?
Yes.
Surveillance?
Yes.
They can conduct undercover police operations?
Yes.
And again, whether or not these are available in this particular circumstance is a different question, but just in terms of a general catalog of police powers, police have available to them to apply for wiretaps?
Yes.
To apply for search warrants or production orders?
Yes.
They can arrest and charge people with criminal offenses?
Yes.
And if people are arrested and charged, bail conditions can be placed upon them, such as that people not go to certain locations.
But that's not a police power.
Good comment. Thank you. That I accept that distinction. Were you ever presented? There's been discussion about what information you have had with respect to an operational plan. Were you ever presented with a concrete and detailed plan showing how traditional police powers, such as those in the list that we just went through, would have worked having regard to all of the circumstances?
No, and it wouldn't have been my role as Prime Minister to go through such a plan either.
Finally, and I'm going to just give you a bit of overview to my final question. You understand that public confidence in the exercise of extraordinary powers is important to the maintenance of rule of law in Canada?
Yes.
And you understand that the law properly recognizes that privileges, such as solicitor-client privilege, is essential to the proper administration of justice?
I can't speak to the law of property. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. You will understand that there's a tension between a privilege claim and transparency in the sense that privilege claims interfere with transparency.
Again, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by a privilege claim.
A privilege claim such as if information is protected by solicitor-client privilege, then it will not be made available to the public. It won't be made available to people beyond you and your legal advisors.
Yes.
You understand that the reliance upon the emergency powers has caused a significant division of opinion within Canada?
Yes.
And here's the final question.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, because you're over your time.
Actually, just on that last question, a significant division of perspectives. I think I don't know that it would be fair to describe it as significant, but there certainly are different perspectives on the use of the Emergencies Act. I know that there was an awful lot of consensus on one side of that.
Fair enough. And here's the final question. In light of the fact that privilege claims have been made with respect to some of the information that was available to you, and I want to emphasize that I'm not challenging those or suggesting they should not have been made, but in light of them, and the result that there is certain information that is not available to the people who are listening to this commission, what do you say to assure people that the emergency powers were properly invoked, having regard to a full consideration of all options?
We waived cabinet privilege on the inputs we received so that the public and the commission could see what we saw as a government while this was unfolding, and to demonstrate that, to go to the opening paragraph of the Emergencies Act, or one of the early paragraphs, that the governor of a public order emergency, that the governor in council had reasonable grounds to declare a public order emergency. Given all the range of inputs that cabinet was receiving, which for the large part, Canadians have been able to see through this process, I am confident that that reasonable test was met.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Okay, thank you. Call on the Government of Canada, please.
Thank you, Commissioner and Prime Minister. I'm Brian Gover. I'm appearing for the Government of Canada today. I have 4 areas to ask you about, Prime Minister, and the first one will involve asking our registrar, please, to display ssm.nsc.can 50216. And if I got the number right, Prime Minister, this is in relation to the cabinet meeting, which was held on the evening of Sunday, February 13th, 2022, beginning at 8:30 p.m. And of course, you've been asked questions about that meeting in the course of your testimony today. My question relates to the CSIS assessment that was provided at that cabinet meeting. And if we could please go to the second last page. And Prime Minister, it appears from this that the CSIS assessment was in relation to possible implications of the invocation of the Emergencies Act across the ideologically motivated violence extremism, or IMVE, space in Canada, with a particular focus on the Freedom Convoy 2022 and CSIS's subjects of investigation. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And to be clear, the assessment that you received on that occasion, to clarify, was not in relation to Section 2C of the CSIS Act. Is that right?
Sorry, can you?
Yes, I
rephrase
can.
that?
I can. So the assessment you received, and we have it here in this page and a little bit more, appears to deal with this question of essentially the impacts of invoking the Emergencies Act, and in particular, as it relates to what we've come to call IMVE, with a particular focus on the Freedom Convoy 2022 and subjects of investigation by CSIS.
Yes.
Commissioner, my friend's asking some leading questions here. Okay, subject to Section 58 of the Rules of Procedure. If you could ask more open-ended questions, that would be appreciated.
Well, certainly that's the rule, but if it's non-controversial, maybe I can, but if you could be careful, please.
I will be careful. My purpose was only to clarify something that may have been obfuscated somewhat earlier. So thank you very much. We can take that down, Mr. Registrar. Prime Minister, describing what was brought to your attention on February 13th by Commissioner Lucky about the plan for Ottawa, and this at the IRG meeting earlier that day, you told Commission Council, as I've noted it, it wasn't a plan, not a fully final plan. And first of all, have I noted your evidence correctly?
I am always wary to try and distinguish what I know now from what I knew then. I'm comfortable in saying that what I knew then, whether it was from Commissioner Lucky or others, or what I was briefed on, was Ottawa did not yet have a firm and concrete and convincing plan that they were going to be able to take care of the occupation this time, as opposed to all the previous times where they had said they were going to do it and were unable to do it. That was certainly the sense that we had. Versus what I know now was that it turns out that what they say was a plan on the 13th was an engagement plan and not a ending the occupation plan.
And what I'm going to do, Prime Minister, in the course of the next few questions is take you through what we now know to be the case and ask you how it accords with your recollection of what you knew then on February 13th. And in that respect, could we go to WTS 00000, so that's, as I have it, 5030. This is the witness summary of Superintendent Bernier. And we've heard, Prime Minister, that Superintendent Bernier was the incident commander in relation to the operation that ultimately cleared downtown Ottawa. And if we could go, please, to page 18 initially and the first sentence of the first paragraph. And here we have, on February 13th, the integrated planning team prepared a plan for Superintendent Bernier entitled Integrated Mobilization Operational Plan. It's referred to as the February 13th plan. And then we have footnote 16 referred to, and if we could go to that at the bottom of the page, please. This we have as OPP 0001851. This is what you were taken to earlier
with
by
redactions.
Yes. And that was taken, you were taken to that by counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Now if we could,
You said the one with the redactions. It wasn't the one with the redactions.
No,
It
that
was
one.
the long
Oh, it was
one.
the 72-page one from the
Yes,
Ottawa Police
yes.
Services. Yes, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And then if we could go to page 13 of that document. This is the one cited in the footnote. And in particular, if we could look at the list of contingency plans that were to be included in Appendix H. If you could scroll down a little bit here and maybe stop there if you would. The following plans will be provided by the respective specialized units, POU, which we know now to be Public Order Unit, deployment, traffic plans, I'm just reading some of them, hostile vehicle mitigation, and importantly, obstruction removal at the bottom, vehicle and persons. And if we could please go to Appendix H at page 62, this is the proposed contingency plans. And as we scroll down, we see to obtain from specialized units is all we have there. My friend from the Ottawa Police Service didn't show you that, Prime Minister. And then if we could please go back to Superintendent Bernier's witness summary, which was WTS 0000, so 5030, paragraph 18. We'll pick up with the words he noted that the February 13th plan and we have it halfway down the first full paragraph we see here. He noted that the February 13 plan was not the overall operational plan and did not contain a plan to end the occupation of Ottawa. The overall operational plan was still being prepared. And then, and there will be a question for you, Prime Minister, momentarily. If we could please go on to page 20, the bottom of the page. On February 17th, Superintendent Bernier, Inspector Stringer, and Superintendent Liu approved the overall operational plan, which was titled Integrated Phased Approach, the February 17th plan. This refers to its development after Superintendent Bernier briefed others. And the operational plan approved that day, which was the Thursday of the week the Emergencies Act was implemented, refers to supporting plans such as tactical public order, towing, etc. Could we please now go to OPS 0000-13798, which
Commissioner David Michikowski for the Ottawa Police. The rules do provide that my friend is limited to an examination in chief of the clients. We have listened to him go on.
Sorry, you're speaking to the microphone, please.
Sorry. The rules do provide that my friend is limited to an examination in chief, and this is not what we're seeing. This is my friend giving evidence, and I am sure that there is a question that will be coming, but so far we haven't heard it. It seems to me that's not what the rules contemplate.
Commissioner, I have prefaced this by indicating that I would take the Prime Minister to certain elements of the evidence and then ask him how that accorded with what he was told on February 13th about a plan. And that's my intention to do that very shortly. I have to just finish this one point.
Okay, well, if you could get to the question as soon as possible.
I will, thank you.
It's looking a bit like a presentation.
It's explaining to the Prime Minister what the evidence has been at this inquiry, actually despite aspects of the cross-examination. So, Prime Minister, the plan developed on February 17th actually referred to the Emergencies Act and the powers under it. But my question, to come back to it, is, Prime Minister, how does the evidence to which I've just referred you, which has been heard in the course of this inquiry, compare with your understanding and recollection of what Commissioner Lucky told you?
What did I miss? Did I miss any
about the
action?
plan for
I missed any
Ottawa
crazy action?
at the IRC meeting, who asked that we turn initially to Section 4.
It's the government of Canada.
Look at, this guy looks serious. Look at him. What? Look at this face. Look at this face. This is serious face right here. Oh, his serious face. Very serious man. Oh, it's a serious man. And what is going on here, by the way? I didn't mute it, did I? No, I didn't mute it.
We might have. Section 14, please.
Wow. I just gave them food.
Oh.
Actually, give me a sec here. I better actually go and
Give them
And,
better go see that for a second. I'll be right back.
This provides that subject to subsection 2, before the Governor and Council issues, continues, or amends a declaration of a public welfare emergency, the Lieutenant Governor in Council of each province in which the direct effects of the emergency occur shall be consulted with respect to the proposed action. This continues with an indication in subsection 2, where the direct effects of the emergency are confined to or occur principally in one province. The Governor and Council may not declare a public welfare emergency unless the Lieutenant Governor and the Council of the province has indicated to the Lieutenant Governor that the emergency exceeds the capacity or authority of the province to deal with it. And Prime Minister, the consultation that you've described in 2020, was that conducted under this provision or another provision?
If this is, I didn't see what section this was, but this is indeed a public welfare emergency, then yes, as of 14.1, before the Governor and Council moves forward with the public welfare emergency, we have to consult with each province to the affected province in response to it. That lays it out clearly for that.
And in the case of a public order emergency, consultation occurs under Section 25, which I'll ask be turned up. And you referred to a provision which allows for consultation to happen after declaration of a public order emergency. And I note the words in subsection 2, without unduly jeopardizing the effectiveness of the proposed action. And Prime Minister, in relation to a public order emergency, was this the provision you had in mind?
Yes, you can see there are conditions subject to subsections 2 and 3, which talk about the effects or the urgency or the negative impact that a consultation could have on the situation, which is a caveat when it comes to a public order emergency that was not present in the otherwise very similar paragraph applying to a public welfare emergency. That was what I was referring to earlier.
Pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt, Prime Minister. And just before we leave this area, I'll ask that the registrar please turn up ssm.nsc.can 50625. And this has been pretty well canvassed already, Prime Minister. These are the
Hey, Jim, how's it going? Yep,
minutes
still
or the
going. Like the
readout
Energizer
of
Bunny.
The First Minister's
Yeah,
Conference
the lying
call
Energizer
on
Bunny.
February 14th, 2022. We understand that this call began somewhere around 10:15
It's the last day. The last day.
First of all, Prime Minister, you told Commission Council this call lasted approximately an hour. Is that right?
That sounds about right.
Was any time limit imposed on the consultation that took place during that call?
No, if it had to take 2 hours, it would have taken 2 hours.
Did any of the premiers seem surprised about the topic of conversation?
None expressed surprise that what we were talking about. No.
Did any of them seem ill-prepared to deal with the topic for discussion?
As I said, we had talked about it a couple of years ago, not with all of them. I believe there were some different folks around the table. But the idea and the concept of the Emergencies Act invocation and consultation was something we had collectively gone through at a previous iteration. So they all had reflections to share during that tour de table. They did not say, listen, I don't know what to say. I haven't thought about this. Give us more time to think about it. They had ideas. I have no doubt they would have had more ideas had we had the luxury of much more time on consultation. But this was, these were exigent circumstances.
Did any of them ask that the balance of the conversation take place at another time, that it be deferred to later that day or later in the week?
No.
Not that I recall.
I don't think Joe could be up on the stand this long. I mean, they had the same shitty politics, but, not at least, but Joe Biden couldn't speak like, at least this coherently for this long. I don't believe.
And if we could just please turn to what
would
will
need a
be
lot of help.
I don't know if they're paginated. This will be where Premier Ford speaks. And it will be, count the pages. Should be the 6th page, please, Mr. Registrar.
Yeah.
Supposed to be what?
Done.
Oh, why? Did he say he was finishing off?
Well, there was objections.
Objection, grounds? What is it?
All this.
Go down to the next page, thank you. And in particular, if I could take you, Prime Minister, to the statement, and it's the third last bullet point. Province does not have tow trucks. That will change in the future. We'll ensure that OPP have tow trucks. Embarrassing that we can't get use of tow trucks. So is it fair to say that that was an issue on the morning of February 14th in the First Minister's call?
Yes, it was.
And I note as well that on this subject of tools that you've referred to repeatedly in the course of your testimony, Prime Minister.
Who, me?
Yeah, it was funny. There were shout-outs. What does it mean?
There were shout-outs?
It said, shout-out to the OPP, shout-out to the minister.
Shout out to the. Okay, 1 second here. We got. Let's read. Let's see if we can read this here.
Anarchy. Anarchy everywhere.
Anarchy on bridges. Not going to have people disrupt daily lives like they have. Anarchy on bridges. Anarchy in Ottawa as well. Shout out to the. Here we go. Sorry, my bad here. Shout out to the mayor and police chief of Toronto. Here we go. I guess I can just make this a little smaller so we can read it while we'll take a quick break from this nonsense. Here, yeah. Let's see. Only thing they understand is when police seize vehicles and take licenses away. Ooh. Getting calls. Oh, what the? They're not truckers. It was 30 at the max.
Uh-huh.
Trucking Association is 100% behind what we are doing. Okay. Interesting. Shout outs, though. Who are they shouting out? Shout out to the mayor and police of Chief of Toronto. It's leadership and good policing. Shout out to the RCMP, the OPP, yeah, you know me, and municipal police to work together. Well, there you go. That's it. No more shout outs.
I
note as well that on this subject of tools that you've referred to repeatedly in the course of your testimony.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
Commissioner, you are free. Enjoy your weekend.
Break and then come back with the final submissions.
Okay.
From the various parties and a brief closing statement by, assuming there's still someone here, by me. So, let's see.
That was it? So wait, I took it. I didn't. Here we go. I didn't hear the last question. The big end. This is the big end, apparently.
Function and enforce the rule of law when it's not being respected. Politics was not a motivation at all in the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, and thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, Commissioner.
Bien, Monsieur le Premier Ministre.
Well, Prime Minister, I'm
what
very
the
pleased to be able to
freaking
tell you that
started to
we've
speak of
completed
French?
our work for the day.
Yeah,
Thank you
weird.
very much indeed for your testimony.
Merci.
That went nowhere.
To shed some light over here. Thank you for all the work that you do, Commissioner. You are free. Enjoy your weekend.
That smug little
No, it's awful.
Break and then come back with the final submissions.
Yeah, what's the final submissions?
From the various parties and a brief closing statement.
Anyways, oh my God, guys! I thought the last few weeks they've been going like for usually they go another 3 hours. They'll end like at 8 o'clock our time. You know, they'll end like in 3 hours. That's crazy. Okay, well.
It's the guy they want to talk to.
Oh my God! Look, I mean, I thought that was gonna. I thought there was gonna be a little more pushback to him, right? They had literally there was two people the whole day that gave many pushback, real pushback. It was the girl for the convoy people, the organizers, and the civil liberties.
I don't know. There was very little.
Anyways, what a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, exactly, Jim. They sure did support the convoy, those tow truck drivers.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh my God. So, I'm just shocked and awed that that's how it was going to end. I can't believe we didn't have Miller time. I guess they thought they were worried. The convoy organizers were worried maybe that, because he's kind of been aggressive the last couple of days. When he got to Freeland, he was very aggressive with her.
Right.
And I don't know if they wanted those optics, I guess. So
But he needs some.
you need an attack dog. That was I'm so sad that Trudeau didn't have to deal with Miller.
Yeah.
God dang. That's very disappointing. I mean, look, we all know nothing's going to happen to this. The commission, the commissioner was appointed by Trudeau, I believe. I could be getting that wrong, but I've heard that, in other chat rooms. I've seen that around. So, what do we expect to happen? They're going to find that it was fine for him to enact the Emergency Measures Act, and that's that. They'll have some clips on CBC to reinforce that narrative. And the fact that the Nazi flag got linked back to the Liberal government, the fact that everything was redacted, that's going to be lost, But look, it's Friday, and on Rumble, ROTC is, I do believe. Maybe not.
Like
If
Thanksgiving Day weekend, I think.
You don't think they're on? I don't
I
know.
don't know.
I thought it was just as good a time as any to sign off almost
Oh,
5 o'clock
you
or
can
almost
do
whatever
whatever.
time it is for ROTC or
I'm
whatever.
getting surrounded by kitties.
Oh, it's an instant kitty party.
Whee!
So, look here. Oh, it just jumped down. One of them, Bandit, just jumped down. Anyways, so that was a big pile of mush. No ROTC today, Jim says. Well, I mean,
Turkey Day.
yeah, fair enough. I don't know, it's Friday. I thought Turkey Day was on the weekend, like Sunday.
No, it's Thursday.
But we have it Sundays, right? I mean, the
It's-
real
It should
Thanksgiving.
be Monday and for Canada.
Mondays, yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Okay, we get,
But in America, it's Thursday.
either way makes no sense.
But they celebrate on Friday. I don't know.
Okay.
Every day should be Thanksgiving Day.
Every day should be Thanksgiving. You're correct, lovely assistant.
What are you
That's
doing,
exactly.
guys? Come here.
Jim, that was the weakest. I mean, I'm look. Oh, familiar human. Thank you. I'm glad that you felt that way because I was just going to agreeing with Jim in the fact. I mean, the whole thing. I guess it doesn't make it any less interesting. The fact that it was especially a weak ending. I can't believe that no one pushed back more than the girl from the convoy and the civil liberties lawyer. Maybe a little bit of the police chief, Slowly's lawyer, trying to ex-police chief, trying to get him from under the bus. But point is, the whole thing was
They're under the bus.
it was just such a disingenuous. It was just more grandstanding to try to push the narrative that it was just, that it wasn't a bouncy castle fun party down there, until the day before and day of the Emergency Measures Act was enacted. It was a great time. So I'm cool. I'm glad that you. I think it was cool to watch some Canadian politics with us. Anyways, oh yeah, it's Black Friday. I almost forgot.
I'm under the crazy.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. There's some cats for you. Cool. So, yeah, exactly. Familiar human. Blah blah blah. It was legal. That's all. Even though from CSIS's own words, apparently they didn't want to enact it, and the Emergencies Act had to. Oh God, it's just frustrating. It's like a circle jerk of fuckery. And when you watched it happen on the ground, when you watched the protests in Ottawa go on and know that it wasn't what they're saying it is, it's especially frustrating. But regardless, look,
Right.
we are going to sign off. I hope this makes up for the 2 days that we missed this week. Although I suspect, it's never will. That's all good. But look, guys.
You just keep apologizing.
Exactly, and that's the Canadian way. The next stream will be labeled another apology, something like that. So, on that note, guys, we'll, I guess we'll see you Monday. That seems to be I would say Monday.
Thank you for tuning in to the Irrational Times live
Oh, yeah, Dixie's
stream.
still here.
Please join us again. From Dixie Crush, it's Irrational Times and the lovely assistant saying, have a great one.
Hey, thank you, Dixie. Good work. You have the worst rhythm for a bear. Hey, guys. Supersburg, so are we. We are confused too. Peace out, guys. See you later. Whoop.
Dixie sucks it up like a milkshake.
How could you leave me this way? Who I see through, crocodile tears of rain.